just click on that arrow.
Yeah.
And then you'll find choose virtual background. You have to click on the, and then once you have that file, once you go to choose virtual background, you'll see the new window opening up, where you'll see just below the screen one plus sign. Just click on that plus sign and add the image.
Okay.
And then
Clear.
once you click on the
I first need to save the image 1 second.
Yeah, just download it first.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, Sebastian. How are you? Long
Very
time no
good.
see.
Yourself?
I'm okay. I'm staying warm.
You in Yangon?
Yeah, I've been in Yangon since March.
No travel, huh? And how is the situation in Yangon? Is it getting a little bit like?
You know, now it feels like the first wave again during the Daejeon holidays, where cases are popping up around town.
Yeah.
There are 7 townships that are under not like semi-lockdown, so stay at home.
Yeah.
And they're quite strict now with the curfew. So you can see that it's getting more and more escalated as we approach election, right? As you know, we have election in November.
Yeah. And are you working normal at Milk?
So starting Monday, we'll be working two shifts, so work from home 50% and rotate.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I think we were thinking about that as well. Probably a good decision that you take.
Well, the issue is not the COVID virus per se, right? The issue is if they find a case, they're going to lock down or close the office and factory, and everybody there is brought to the quarantine center, right? That is the scary part.
Yeah.
Or for me at least. Yeah?
Sebastian and Mr. Etihad, let me introduce Mr. Subrata Mitra.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Mr. Etihad is also the Secretary General of the Myanmar Iron and Steel Association, and
yes.
Sebastian is the CEO of JFE Meranti. And just to inform you, Subrata, their plant has just gotten on stream. They have commissioned recently. So, Sebastian, if you could just add about your plant a little bit.
Yeah, if you give me just 1 minute, I'm still trying
to.
Sure.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Take it.
1 second. I apologize for the delay.
No problem. We start at 4 o'clock, so we have time.
Yeah, I think we still have 20 minutes, right?
Another almost 20 minutes.
So let's see if it's now working.
You have to just choose the folder in which you have downloaded. And once you click on that folder, it should work. There you are. Good. Great. There you are. Great. Okay, Ankit, can you just come put on your camera? Let me introduce you to everyone.
Yes, I'm just setting up the stream link. Just give me 5 minutes.
Okay. So yeah, now Sebastian, if you could just highlight when your plant was commissioned and how much are you rolling right now?
Yeah, so we commissioned we have 2 parts. We have the paint line and we have the galvanizing line. And the paint line we commissioned in February, March. So we then had a lockdown in Yangon, and we had to shut down actually the plant right after commissioning for 6 weeks. But since mid-May, we're producing again. And now I think we're roughly at probably 2,500, 3,000 tons a month. And the galvanizing line commissioning, we had to unfortunately put on hold because we can't bring in the commissioning resources that we need. So we have several vendors and sub-vendors. And because the border is closed, we cannot get access to these resources. So I think we will just need to wait until borders are open. So we have installed everything, but now for the commissioning, we just need the relevant resources. So my guess is probably sometimes mid next year in terms of production. Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah, it's the same for everyone now. All the projects. For example, in Bangladesh, I understand there was a new biggest MEDA line which Ganedi has backed an order. It's the biggest MEDA project. It's about 1 million ton project with the Vasundhara Group, a new entrant in the Bangladesh steel market.
Yeah.
So that's primarily for, of course, for rebars, the long product.
Okay.
Line. But then again, I suppose there'll be delays in the commissioning of the plant. Because, you know, the next 6 months will be a crucial period where you have to decide whether you'll be able to get back to normalcy or this will continue. Because as long as this trend continues, it will be difficult for us to find. May I welcome Mr. Alihussain, Managing Director of Bangladesh Steel Rolling Mills. Mr. Alihussain, assalamu alaikum and a very, very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mukherjee bhai. I am the chairman of the company. My son Ahmed is the managing director, and it's a pleasure seeing you all. And it's a very nice initiative. So I had the time. I thought, let me go in for a little while and see what you all are doing. My son
so, right. And let me wish you a very, very good afternoon and salamu alaikum. And so, Mr. Alihussain is your son, right? You are the father, the head of the family.
Amir is my son.
Amir is your son, yeah. So he was there. Yeah, if you know, he was there for our Indo-Bangladesh
I just wanted to had a time, so I thought, let me see what your panelists are mentioning, just get some experience from them and from you. So that was, I'm just online, so I can hear them, I can hear what you are talking. So I don't have much to add. My son, maybe if he's got the time, he might join. He will add anything if he wants to. But if there's anything I can add, I will definitely talk.
Yeah, please. You are, let's say, the head of the family, the roots from where BSRM started. So, you know, obviously your experience will add a lot of value to today's interaction. We are looking at how best we can cooperate with between these 7 sisters and the 7 countries in BIMSTEC, how best we can use the technologies available and our resources available, which we can share between us as friendly neighbors.
Sure.
So that's what it. Let me welcome Mr. Virot also. Mr. Virot is also the head of Iron and Steel Institute of Thailand, and I think he's the managing director of Sahavidia, if I'm not mistaken, right? You are the managing director of Sahavidia and also the president of Iron and Steel Institute of Thailand.
Oh,
so, right. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And Mr. Virot, let me introduce you also to Mr. Subrata Mitra, Mr. Sebastian Langendorf, who's the CEO of JFE Meranti, and Mr. Etiha is also the Secretary General of Myanmar Iron and Steel Association. He had, the fact that Myanmar Iron and Steel Association has been so active is because of a great person like Mr. Etiha, whom I met early this year when I was there in Myanmar. I met Sebastian also that time, and it was great interacting with Myanmar steel industry, which is still at I would say takeoff stage. It is at the stage of taking off. So they're let's say they have started taxing already. Only thing is the takeoff may get a little delayed because of this pandemic, which everyone is suffering. And next to him, if you can see, Ankit, just raise your hand. That's my son, Ankit. So Ankit, Ankit, you can greet Sebastian in Deutsch, in German.
Yeah.
Sebastian.
Guten Abend, Herr Langdorf.
Guten Abend, Ankit.
So my son lives in a city called Magdeburg, which is about 1 hour from Berlin.
Yeah.
in the state of Saxony-Anhalt.
Yes, you are correct.
So my son is doing his master's in data science.
Excellent. Excellent.
In the University of Otto von Guericke University.
Okay.
OBGU.
Right.
So that's what it is. And Mr. Virot, it is really a pleasure that you sacrificed your Songkran festival to be with us. So it's a 4-day festival which got delayed this year. We know Songkran normally is held earlier, and it's very similar to a festival in India called Holi.
Oh, I see. I see.
So in Holi we play with colors and you play with water. That's the only difference.
Yes, yes.
During our festival we play with the colored water. You know.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
And,
That's
and
nice.
we put colors on each other, and in Songkran you, I believe, play with just water, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is what it is like, and it is really great that you, in spite of being a holiday, you are here. And my special thanks to Etiha, Sebastian, and Mr. Subrata Mitra also for joining us. Yesterday we had another webinar which was on hot metal desulfurization. So one after another. So yesterday was more of metallurgy and a very technical discussion that we had. Primarily, the importance of reducing sulfur in your end product. That's what it was all about. And Mr. Virot, if you can just add a little bit about Sahaviria. What is Sahaviria's exact product line and how much are you producing right now?
Sorry, I am not in Sahaviria anymore, so I have no information.
Okay, so right now you have retired from Sahaviria, right?
Hello?
You're not in Sahaviria
Do you hear
anymore.
me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead. I can hear you.
No, now I am just working in the iron steel of Thailand.
Okay.
So
you are just,
I do not in the position to have any comment on Sahaviria business at this time.
Okay, no problem. No problem. But in general, I believe you also made a presentation in the CIC conference where I was also presenting a paper. In the CIC conference, which was held in June.
Right.
Yeah, you made a presentation there, right?
Right. I talk in CIC presentation in June on behalf of Thailand.
Yes,
and today
I
yes.
Yeah, because in that same conference, I also presented a paper on Indian steel industry.
Right.
So that is what it is. Mr. Subrata Mitra is the chairman of our organizing committee, and he's also the chief of. So there you have our good friend Ankit Mukherjee. Let me just put him on.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes.
So yeah, Mr. Mitra, he was earlier with one of the biggest consultants of iron and steel industry in India, which is M.N. Dastur and Company. He was the joint managing director, and now after retirement, he is a consultant in the industry, and also he's our chief advisor of our editorial board. Minalda, very, very good afternoon.
Good afternoon, good evening.
Good afternoon, good evening,
So,
Mr. Ankit Mukherjee.
Yeah, so two of your two of your good friends, Mr. Etiha and Sebastian, both have joined.
Hi guys. After a long time, I see Sebastian and Etiha, I keep meeting here. Yeah. Hello to everybody. Hello.
Yeah.
I'm Ankit Mukherjee from Danieli, Myanmar. Yeah.
And Mr. Alihussain is the chairman of Bangladesh Steel Rolling Mills. And let's welcome Mr. Alihussain.
How are you?
And his son was with us during the Indo-Bangladesh Iron Steel Summit. He addressed us. Today we have the chairman of the company, his father, Mr. Akberali, who will also be able to take us through the history of BSRM. I think it was 58, 60 years that
1952.
1952.
We set up the rolling mill in 1952, my father. And in those days, it was a manual rolling mill. So we had 4 rolling mills in 1952.
So it has a legacy of its own as, let's say, the first big mill in Bangladesh. First plant in Bangladesh.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, then East Pakistan, yes.
East Pakistan. My father migrated from India to Karachi, and from Karachi in 1950, he came to East Pakistan. And then he started 52, he set up the second rolling mill. That time there was one other person, but second rolling mill was set up by him. It was all manual rolling mill. We had about 4, 5, 6 rolling mills manually run for about 10 years. And then at the end of 70s, we started going into automatic rolling mills. We bought rolling mills from UK, and that's how we really started the automatic rolling mills and started with deform bars. Previously, we used to make plain bars till 1980. Then we started deform bars of high grade, and then in continuously with Danieli's machinery, not Danieli's support, but with Danieli's machinery, we used to do modernization, and that modernization took us about 7 to 8 years of real hard struggle. Finally, in 1980, end of 80, we started talking to Danieli, and we set up this first rolling mill, automatic rolling mill from Danieli. Since then, we are a Danieli customer, and now producing about 1.8 million tons of rebars and having billet facility of 2 million tons of billet. So that's how we are now today poised, and now we are thinking of further expansion. We are thinking what to do. Let's see.
So in terms of size, you are number 2 or 3, right? In the whole of Bangladesh?
We are number 1 now.
Number 1.
In the highest production in Bangladesh.
So let me welcome Mr. A.P. Chowdhury. Mr. Chowdhury was earlier the CEO of G Steel Thailand, and he was Mr. Chowdhury was also the chairman and managing director of a very big public sector steel plant in India, which was called the Vizag Steel Plant, Rashtriya Ispat Nigam Limited. So after superannuation from Vizag Steel Plant, till recently he was with Thailand in G Steel, and now after the lockdown he's come back to Delhi. So let me welcome Mr. Chowdhury. Mr. Chowdhury, if you could share your journey in Thailand for a minute before we get
Thank you very much, Nirmala. And good afternoon.
Thank you, Chowdhury sir. Good afternoon, Chowdhury sir. Mitra here.
Very good afternoon. Good afternoon, Virat. I think he has.
Yeah, he's there. He's there. He's there.
Yeah.
He's there.
He's not.
Yeah, he's there. He's there. Yeah, Kun Vidot is there.
Oh, yes, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, very good afternoon.
Yes.
How are you?
Good afternoon.
Yeah. After a long time, I'm seeing you.
So this is Alihussain from BSRM, Bangladesh.
Yeah, Mr. Alihussain is the chairman of Bangladesh Steel Rolling Mills.
So how are you, Chowdhury sir? What are you doing these days?
Fine. Good afternoon, Mr. I'm now settled in Delhi, and busy with some advisory job. Now I'm independent director of one restructuring company that is called Eka India. They're also in investment, and then I'm doing some. I'm impaneled arbitrator of NTPC rights, so that's keeping busy. And actually, I came only 2 months ago from Thailand. I was in Thailand for practically 4 years. So now I'm in India, just getting engaged in miscellaneous things.
Oh, very good. Very good. Nice knowing you, Dr.
Yeah, we'll catch up. How are you? Everything is fine?
Everything is fine. Everything is fine.
Yeah. Alihussain sir, we have Mr. Firoz also with us from your company. Mr. Firoz is the advisor of BSRM. Firoz sir, Assalamu alaikum and a very, very good afternoon to you.
Yes. Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mukherjee.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Very, very good. Yeah, so Ankit, if you are ready, it's almost 4 o'clock Indian time. So shall we get started with the formal inauguration?
Yes, I think we can start off with the introduction, and then by the time it's 4, we can start with the keynote address.
Yeah. So Mr. Subrata Mitra will be delivering the keynote address, and the host for this session will be my son Ankit. And the others, Sabyasachi has also joined. May I welcome our organizing secretary, Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay, far away from Arkansas, USA, who's the Chief Technology Officer of Big River Steel US. So he is joining at a very early morning, and he had a late night yesterday, but in spite of that, when he landed back, he sent me a message, I maybe get late in getting up, but I'll join for sure. I'm happy that he's joined on time, and he's perfectly on time. And it's really, it is almost like 6 o'clock in the morning in Arkansas. If I'm not mistaken, right? Sabyasachi, if you could just introduce yourself before we have the formal inauguration.
Yeah, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I see people from all parts of the world, so it's great to see everybody there and share this platform. It's 5:28 here, okay. Central Time, Chicago time. Yeah, I had, unfortunately, we are going into the Labor Day weekend, one of the last long weekends here in this part of the world. And so yesterday there was a lot of traffic. So I got stuck for almost 3-4 hours and reached late around 1 o'clock in the morning. So, but thankfully I'm here and glad to be here. So we are almost ready to start, right, Nirmala?
Yes, yes, Sabyasachi, with your permission, let Ankit start. Mrinalda, I think you have not met my son, Ankit. So Ankit, just say hello to Mrinal uncle.
Hello, Mrinal uncle. Good afternoon.
Yeah, you are muted, Mrinalda. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry. Hi, Ankit.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you? Good. Good to see you. Yeah.
Good to see you too.
Yeah. How is going there in Germany?
Business, I suppose.
I'm sorry?
You're joining the family business, joining your dad in this steel and metallurgy enterprise. Okay, that's good. Okay,
Thank
that
you.
is good.
Thank you, Firoz. Thank you so much. So, Ankit, Mrinalda's daughter may join you in Germany very soon. So,
that's beautiful. Where is she coming?
No. I'm just framing up maybe in 2 years.
Yeah. So you have
Sebastian is smiling. Mr. Sebastian is smiling because he's his motherland.
Yeah.
That's a place. Yeah.
Let me know if you need help, Mr. Mrinal.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So Mr. Mrinal Mukherjee is the Managing Director and COO of Daneli, Myanmar, and he's now well settled in Myanmar, I would say. So keeping his roots in my city in Kolkata, he's almost become a Myanmaris by I would say living habits and the food habits that he's got into. And by the way, let me share with Mr. Etiha, if you remember at the Yangon airport, we had, both of us had a good moringa for breakfast.
Yeah, moringa. Yes.
Moringa.
The typical Myanmar breakfast.
Yeah, we enjoyed a lot in Myanmar. So with that, Ankit, let us begin with the introduction. Yes.
Yeah. So warm welcome to all the panelists and attendees who have joined us today. The title for today's webinar is BIMSTEC Steel Summit. Now, BIMSTEC stands for the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral, Technical and Economic Cooperation. And it is an organization of 7 nations of South Asia and Southeast Asia, namely India, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Myanmar, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. Today's webinar is dedicated to addressing the core problems, challenges, and opportunities for cooperative growth and development of the BIMSTEC region. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to welcome our sponsor, Danieli, and our supporting organization, Bangladesh Steel Manufacturers Association, for their support. A warm welcome as well to the chairman of our organizing committee, Mr. Subrata Mitra, ex-Joint Managing Director, M.N. Dastur & Co., and our organizing secretary, Mr. Shobosachi Bandopadhyay, CTO of Big River Steel, USA. So I will now introduce all the panelists, and could you tell me if my screen is visible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So our keynote speaker for today, Mr. Subrata Mitra, ex-Joint Managing Director, M.N. Dastur & Co. Limited. Mr. Shobosachi Bandopadhyay, CTO Big River Steel USA, will be giving the welcome address. Then we have Mr. Virot Rotewatanakai, Director, Iron and Steel Institute, Thailand. Mr. A.P. Chaudhary, Partner, Synergy Capital, former CMD RINL, former CEO GJ Steel, Thailand. Mr. I. Thiha, CEO Thiha Group, General Secretary of Myanmar Iron and Steel Association of Myanmar. Mr. Mrinal Mukherjee, Managing Director and Chief Operating Officer, Danieli, Myanmar. Mr. Sebastian Langendorf, CEO and Managing Director, JFE Meranti, Myanmar. Mr. Manwar Hussain, Managing Director, Anwar Group of Industries, President of Bangladesh Steel Manufacturers Association, Bangladesh. Mr. M. Firoz, Advisor, Sales and Marketing, BSRM Group, Bangladesh. Mr. Sanjay Dasgupta, AVP Sales, Danieli, India. Mr. R.D. Nishanta, Sales Manager, GTB Steel Corporation Private Limited, Sri Lanka. Mr. Saurav Sharda, Director of Sharda Group and Premier Wires Private Limited, Nepal. And Mr. Anand Nepal, CEO of Jagdamba Steels. So thank you all for joining us today. And thanks to our sponsor once again, Danieli, for supporting us and supporting this event. So our session moderator for today's discussion will be my father, Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee, Editor, Steel and Metallurgy. And I would now request Mr. Subrata Mitra to deliver his keynote address and take the session forward.
Thank you, Ankit. It's good afternoon and good evening beyond Bangladesh and Myanmar to Thailand, and to the esteemed panelists who are present today online. It's really something unusual, all of us, but under these circumstances, there's no other way. So we have to be online. And it's an honor and privilege to deliver this keynote address. And I extend my thanks to Managing Director of Steel and Metallurgy for giving me this opportunity to talk a few words on the Bay of Bengal initiative. So BIMSTEC has many initiatives on all fronts between the member countries, including trade, commerce, and industries. Our boundary line of discussion today will be steel industry and the growth. Why steel? Steel is an index of a country's development and which contributes a lot to the GDP of the individual countries, generates employment, grows infrastructure and use in all walks of life. We, the 7 member countries, have one thing, are all developing in nature, out of which one thing I could find out 6 were under the same ruler for 2 centuries. So most of us are out of 6 out of 7 are having the same standards of engineering and many other commonalities. Anyway, that's a coincidence, except Thailand to some extent. So now all these 7 countries, out of which we must agree that we need to grow. The consumption, steel consumption, being an index, as I told, is very low, at very low levels. India has attained the 2nd highest producer country in the world, whereas the consumption is reasonably low, it's 75 kgs per person only. Bangladesh, it's around 45 kgs. India's population is much higher, Bangladesh population is much lower, but 45 kg will naturally grow over the years. It's not that low figure as compared to India. Thailand, the consumption is quite high. It's near a little less than 300 kgs, whereas it's found that most of it is imported. the internal production is low. Myanmar, as we have from the records, it's around 45 kgs. And whereas the world average is 230 and China is around 700. But this per capita consumption always do not give a correct picture. It gives a picture, of course, but just a consumption figure cannot drive a country's growth just by arithmetics. Needs to take the steel growth, which is paramount importance for the countries like these we seven sisters we may call. But in this endeavor, we must not forget the importance of maintaining the environment. Now, how can the member countries benefit through BIMSTEC initiatives? India, being large in size with raw material base and manufacturing capability over the years, can play a major role in sharing the positives and the capabilities. Countries such as Bangladesh and Myanmar, having natural gas, can go through the DRI route. Myanmar is, if I am not mistaken, is a little less than and is a major natural gas producing country in the world. The advantage of these countries, Bangladesh and Myanmar, they can use the electric furnace route, which generates lesser CO2. Now, India is the only country in these among the seven sisters, which makes half of the steel out of 11, 12 million ton capacity through blast furnace route, which is polluting and emits a lot of CO2 and other emissions in the atmosphere through coke ovens. So that is not there in the other 6 countries. But the electric furnace route is developing in Bangladesh quite a few, and a lot of major new technologies have been incorporated, which is a game changer in the world. In one of the plants in Bangladesh, online rolling and online casting and rolling is introduced, which will save power and increase productivity, lower investment. That's a real good thing done. The use of natural gas has to increase, and the power supply has to be shared, can be shared between these countries. India being a large producer of power, that can be shared, and the countries having a lot of natural gas, they can share power. Now, the eco-sensitive countries like Nepal and Bhutan, these are the 2 eco-sensitive countries which may not have a lot of steel production, but since steel is an industry of industries, a lot of feeder items can be produced there. Bhutan, because of its very low power rate, have ferroalloy industries, which is a highly power consuming industry. So other items which are feeding to the main steel industry can be had there, apart from small electric arc furnace based powers. Thailand has to grow. Thailand, since the major part is imported, Thailand has to grow. It has a potential. A lot of plants are there in electric route, and they have to increase the internal production and cut down on the imports. Now, other things where this contribution can be shared, the countries shared. Spare parts manufacturing requiring machining, casting, and forging can be distributed. These do not require a lot of raw materials. These can be distributed among the member countries, which will be a big help. Now, Sri Lanka, which is coming up, they have small units, has a lot of graphite. Why not a graphite electrode plant come up there? These are some of the thoughts which I thought I will share. Because graphite electrode, perhaps you may be knowing, in recent years, the cost has increased like anything. It has come down, of course, but graphite it is a very high quality graphite that can be used for making electrodes, electric furnace electrodes. Since most of the countries are operating electric arc furnaces, that can come up. Bangladesh, with a very high growth potential, can be in the forefront in making river transport barges for logistics, because river transport and sea transport will cut down the logistics cost. So Bangladesh can contribute in steamer making, and the steel industry, which is coming up basically in the Chittagong area, can contribute to a great extent in growth of steamer making, manufacturing, and the other river transport vehicles. All of us require infrastructure growth, development. There is no doubt about it. Rural housing in all the member countries has to improve and grow, since all these countries have heavy rainfall. So the rural countries, the cold rolling mill can come up, as Vietnam is doing. Bangladesh has some of the cold rolling mill facilities that can contribute to a great extent in the housing and the white goods sector that can be manufactured, for which a big raw material investment is not there. The basic hot rolled coil and other things can be distributed by the high production countries like India. Sharing of power can be considered between the power surplus countries supplying to the power requiring countries. Interconnecting railways and road has to be thought of. So there has been a lot of talks for many years about road connection between India, Bangladesh, Myanmar, Thailand. These are all possible, but this is, of course, China has shown the way in their belt and road policy, connecting through Himalayas to Pakistan. So that is an eye opener. So these sort of things can definitely help in the logistic development. Now, what is the motto of BIMSTEC? Development of infrastructure. Motto of BIMSTEC is a cooperation between the Bay of Bengal countries, cooperation for mutual benefit and growth, which will elevate the people from poverty and distribute the wealth. Development of infrastructure is key. Uplifting rural population, strong mutual cooperation, and maintaining environment management practice, without which the countries can never go and the society will be harmed. So with this, I will like to end my talk, and we are eagerly awaiting suggestions and talks from the eminent panelists who are present today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Subrata Mitra. As usual, you are very meticulous. You covered each and every aspect of each and every member country very, very well. Thank you so much for once again putting your thoughts into each and every country and getting into the details. With that, I'll move on to our organizing secretary, Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay. Mr. Bandyopadhyay and Mr. Subrata Mitra, they have been leaders for me right from the front. So on the National Teachers' Day in India, which is the birthday of our ex-president, Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, let me pay my tribute to both Mr. Subrata Mitra and Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay, whom I considered as one of my biggest teachers in leading me forward. So my tribute to both of you, Subrata and Sabyasachi, for all that you have done in teaching me how to lead, how to move forward during the toughest of times. So with that,
thank you, Nirmal.
Well, so with that, Subrata, let Sabyasachi take over. Sabyasachi, the floor is yours.
Well, first of all, thank you, Nirmal, for the kind words. Not sure about teaching you, but I certainly have learned a lot of things from you. You are a great pursuer, very perseverant, high energy. I'm learning a lot of things from you, and it's a pleasure for me to be associated. And that's why, even though maybe sometimes a little bit challenging from a logistics standpoint, I still try to contribute in whatever little way I can in these initiatives that you bring forth. And also, you are a fantastic tutor, a mentor to your son, who is also a budding professional. And I'm thrilled to see every time that I see Ankit, I'm extremely thrilled. with all that, I think Subrata has laid out a very good platform. A couple of things that I think also are important. From my standpoint, I belong to that region. In fact, I have a little bit of connectivity with two of the countries out of the BIMSTEC, and professionally speaking, or my cousin, he is CEO of one of the biggest group of hotels in Thailand. So we have presence from a family standpoint in at least 3 countries out of the 7. What I would like to note that this is one of the most potent region in the world. Most potent region from the GDP growth, sustainable GDP growth, almost 6 to 6.5%, in some cases 7 to 8% in some of these countries. But overall, on an average, the 7 countries together, they're about 6.5 to 7% growth. One of the youngest age demographics in the world, which is fantastic. I mean, that's the horsepower. If you think about it, we are actually living in the world which belongs to the next generation. And so where we owe it to them, and they are now there, and this region has one of the youngest population. And third, and not the least, which is most important today, where we are in fact having this interface, the online, the technology, which is one of the core areas of cooperation in BIMSTEC, which is technology. So technologically speaking, the population in these 7 countries are extremely superlative. They are leading the world. They are the horsepower for the world technology. If you think about the number of freelancers, I mean 15 million freelancers only from India. You add another 1.5 million from Bangladesh and from Myanmar and from Thailand. It's fabulous. So from my standpoint, it's absolutely promising for this region and all the 7 countries to be cooperative on these 14 charters and move ahead. With that said, I would like to demonstrate. I'm from Big River Steel. I'm the Chief Technology Officer of Big River Steel. Big River Steel. I'm going to present a little bit of a few slides on Big River Steel, and so we are talking about new way of thinking. Big River Steel has brought up this idea: why a new steel mill? So for us, it is a new way to think about steel. And at our core, we are a technology company. We just happen to make steel. And we have very few corporate objectives. One of them is producing very highly clean steel. And our productivity is world-class. This is one of the best, and perhaps the best, because there is no other competition at all that I know of, which we are producing about 3,000 tons per employee per year. And by December of 2020, we will be 5,000 tons per year. So we are the only LEED certified. LEED is Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. Only LEED certified steelmaker in the world. We have a very high focus on reducing the carbon footprint, the CO2 emissions, and we are very much focused on water and landfill sustainability, along with the driving energy more towards renewables. Our growth has been, we had a groundbreaking in 2014, January 2017, world record. We had the first full month of primary steel production. In February 2017, second month of our operation, we were EBITDA positive. And now we are looking at things like new opportunities for going into electrical steel, third generation Gulf line, and a color coating paint line. And we are also looking at another mill in Brownsville, Texas, right on the Gulf of Mexico, to cater to the Mexican and Southeast market. Obviously, as I said, that we are the only LEED certified steel producer. And we are, in fact, we have been raising our capital based on bonds, and these are very green bonds, which require environmental disclosures. And we are also very focused on diversity, where 40% of our top 2 reporting levels, which is about 72 employees, we are very highly diversified. In our definition in this part of the world, anything other than white male is diversification. We are looking at partnering with all our customers and OEMs as we are pursuing the industry-leading sustainability initiatives. We are very open and transparent in our discussions. And what we are preaching for is there is no need to sell steel for us and to buy scrap for Big River Steel. And on the other hand, for the customer, no need to buy steel or sell scrap. So what we are pitching for and what we are working towards is a closed loop conversion. So we want to become a simple conversion agent. And this is something that we want more and more collaboration. So we are pitching for more and more people to join this fray so that this becomes a new culture. And this is a picture of a truck which is used for our closed loop. And someday we are looking at this truck to be completely electrically powered. This is the way it looks like. The coil comes out, and this is the same bed that is filled up with scrap when it comes back to Big River Steel. So what we are looking for is carbon-free steel with the use of a high percentage scrap charge. So today, in fact, we are challenged because scrap is sold primarily based on its shape and visual effect rather than chemistry. When we produce steel and sell steel, on the other hand, we are in fact selling to a specific chemistry, specific properties. But here, by doing that, we will take into consideration the chemistry needs. If you have a more open range, then we can get more flexibility and we can increase the recycled content to a higher level. Our plan is to produce 90% scrap charges, which is right now about 65%. And then the iron ore based metallics like DRI, HBI, or pig iron would be at the most 10%. So that this will be huge reduction by almost 66% or more compared to other EAF producers, including ourselves right now. And so that way we are going to become really a true recycler. Oh. We talked about that more or less. This is our initiative. We are working on various initiatives, wind, solar, hydrogen, also looking at energy storage. Then in a closed loop and shipping via rail is our way to go. Thank you. And any question, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Thank you, Super Sachida, for an excellent presentation on the new normal era, which is definitely more challenging, and it brings new questions, new hurdles before us we all need to tackle. So with that, I would throw it open to the panel. If anyone of the panelists would like to ask a question, I'll begin with Sebastian, then Mr. Ettiha, Vinalda, Mr. Virod, Mr. Firoz, Mr. Alihussain, Mr. Chowdhury. If any one of you would like to pose a question to Mr. Sabatachi Bandabad.
No, thank you. I think it was an excellent presentation on Mr. Bandopadaya's company, Big River Steel. So we got to know something about that company. So thank you for that. Thank you for the presentation. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Firoz.
Mr. Firoz, apni proshno korte paren. You please ask if you have a question.
No, I don't have any questions. I don't have any questions.
I have a question, if you allow. So you're operating in North America, in the US.
Yes.
Which was already a very developed steel market with high technologies across the board. How do you think is your business model, let's say, applicable to more emerging market environments where customers are perhaps less aware and less willing to pay for sustainability initiatives? How does this compare on a cost level if you compare your business model with, let's say, a steelmaking approach in a developing country?
Well, first of all, thank you for the question, Sebastian. One of the things that I think is extremely cost competitive in the emerging region is the workforce. Skilled, trained workforce at a much lower cost. So accessibility, and that's the biggest potential. In fact, North America, I'll tell you, the steel industry or any other major industry is suffering from a huge talent gap, huge talent shortage. On the contrary, in the emerging market, there are a lot of educated professionals who are looking for industry outlier. And the reason that probably the industry in those parts are not able to attract talent is that we still are probably believing in brawn rather than brain. So if we shift the focus to brain rather than brawn, then I think we will be able to attract more talent and the industry will grow. The second part is that if that region is able to provide to the rest of the world technology, why cannot that region be technologically superlative? So I think technology would ultimately be the differentiator, because in the new ways of doing things, it has to be technology reliant. And BIMSTEC is very much focused on technology. So in my opinion, that the model is extremely replicable.
Mm-hmm.
And with the kind of talent pool that we have in that region, we can pull it through. One thing is important is that the raw material. So Subrata kind of touched base on that. And I would say that identify the strength, where the strength lies, whether, be it natural gas, be it ore, be it scrap, be it DRI. So we must look at what is the strength and accordingly work towards that, rather than trying to prototype or replicate a model that has been successful in other part of the world. So look at the model that's effective for that specific region only, not to copy from some other place and put it there. But what's the biggest differentiator, in my opinion, is the people.
I just have one question, if I may.
Sure.
Yeah, Mr. Athiya, please.
Yeah. So when I think about Big River, it's a cross section between AI, artificial intelligence, and steel. But can you shed a little bit more light on that? On how has the transition been? Because you think about steel, it's very old world, low tech, and AI is kind of cutting edge, new tech. How do you successfully merge those two? And just be curious. I know it might be a long answer, but just briefly. Yeah?
Very pertinent question. I kind of left that as a leading question, and I thank you for asking me that. So rightly pointed out by you that this industry is so old styled. When I started my career, it was 90% brawn, 10% brain. I used to be challenged by my superiors to be dirty, to be sweaty, to be stinky. Then only the nature of my performance would be that I'm working. The transition within Big River Steel itself is also challenging. So it's not that Big River Steel has been able to adapt and do it in a very quick succession as we would have liked. I have been put in charge of this entire digital transformation in 2018. Even though the focus was there from the very first day, the implementation has not been so smooth. And remember that everything relates to people. So if the people who are experienced, and if experience means baggage, then technology like AI and machine learning will not come into the steel industry. We can talk about it all day, all night. It will never happen. The belief of the people will drive the commitment. In our case, it has been a challenge. The progress has not been as fast as we could have liked. But one thing that we did from the very get-go is, number one, we set up a cloud environment. So most of the steel companies have certain types of cloud environment, but our cloud environment is a little different in the sense that we do not lose or throw away any data. So every single data from the time immemorial of our operations is in store. So it's available. Second thing that we did is connecting those dots, connecting those data tables. So we have created multiple platforms of data storage, data processing, and finally outputs of those data in an engineering format so that we can correlate to our processes. Fourth is that we are conducting various data science related projects, be it in quality, product quality, be it in marketing. So the way we analyze our profitability, we do not analyze our profitability like dollars per ton. We look at our profitability in terms of profitability per mill unit time. You can talk it about a minute or an hour. And finally, we are looking at things like what kind of product can we make? How can we schedule it through the mill? What can be the best capability of the shop? And what are the constraints that we have? All these come together with a prescribed package. Now, a lot of things are yet to be implemented. We are in a talking way, or we are in a conceptual way, or we are in a navigative way, explorative way. In a nutshell, Mr. Thea, the journey has not been easy, but the journey has been expedited in the last 3.5 years to the best way possible. And I am not a software developer. I have no technology background, but I am being asked to lead this based on my steel making experience. You are muted, Mr. Thea.
One small question. What's the capacity, viable capacity you are looking for?
Yeah, I'll answer you, Mr. Chaudhary, in a minute.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I was muted. I'm muted. So thank you for that overview and all the best. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chaudhary, the capacity is right now 1.65 million tons, 1.65 million tons. Okay. We are expanding right now. The expansion will be finished by November, middle of November, and the capacity will become 3.3 million tons.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sachida. Any other questions from anyone? Mr. Vinod, do you have a question, or if Minalda, do you have a question?
No, I am very clear, and thank you. That's appreciate.
Thank you,
presentation.
Thank you, Kunurot.
Thank you.
Minalda?
It's okay. It's a nice, precise presentation from Mr. Bandyopadhyay. And yes, as Mr. Sebastian also said, we all know North America is a very enriched place for producing steel, and especially these times are very promising due to the government policies in US. And it's a very booming time, let's say, in US. Also for our company, I know very well because we are doing lots of revolutionary projects starting from MIDA and all our technologies. So it was really a good eye-opener for his company, as his vision and his contributions to the steel industry of US. Thank you, Mr. Bandyopadhyay. I have nothing to ask for the moment, because valid questions have been asked by Mr. Sebastian and my friend Etiha. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. One comment that I would make to Mr. Mukherjee and Sebastian's reflections on North America being one of the most pioneers or leaders in the steel industry. I actually don't think so. I think there are some revolutions that are being brought in North America, like from people like Big River Steel. But overall, North American steel making has been pretty old and very resilient against changing ways. If you look at North American steel industry, the last blast furnace was built in 1981. 1981, that's almost 40 years back. So North America is not really leading the industry. There are things, yes. On the other hand, if you think about green steel, if you think about EAF steelmakers coming up, yes, there are certain leaders, Nucor, SDI, Big River Steel now. And I would think that to the question of Mr. Sebastian, where how the region BIMSTEC can take, is to look at what the strengths are and how that can be capitalized. And that's exactly what people like SDI, Nucor, and Big River Steel are doing and have done. Okay, Nirmaldo, I think I welcome everybody. Take this opportunity, and thank you for doing this. You have been doing it with a lot of energy, a lot of enthusiasm, and I wish you all the best. And all the panelists, I'm looking forward to listening to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sachida. With that, we'll come into the first speaker of the day. But before that, let me welcome my younger brother, Mr. Sanjay Dasgupta, who is also in Danelli, and I would say he has recently been successful in bagging one of the biggest MIDA orders of recent times from Danelli in one of the plants in Bangladesh. So my heartfelt congratulations to Danelli Collective for this move forward. And Sanjay, if you can hear me, can you switch on your microphone if you are audible?
I think he's still connecting.
He's connecting?
Yes, he's connecting.
Okay, so we'll come back to Sanjay a little later. In the meantime, we'll move to our first speaker of the day, Mr. Virat Rotewanchai. He is the director of Iron and Steel Institute of Thailand. Earlier, he was with Xavier Steel. Now he is a full-time director of the Iron and Steel Institute of Thailand. Now, ISIT has a very close cooperation with the Federation of Thai Industries, which is like the CII in India, and also with the Bureau of Industries, Government of Thailand. So it's a close cooperation between the Government of Thailand and the Federation of Thai Industries. Mr. Virat will also speak a little bit about how the Iron and Steel Institute of Thailand works, I suppose. So, Mr. Virat, a warm welcome, Swadikap, and please, would you like to do the presentation, or my son Ankit, would you like him to play the presentation? What is more comfortable and suitable for you? Over to you, Mr. Vidal.
Okay. Firstly, I would like to say something about BIMSTEC. I think that is a good opportunity in this region to have a cooperation together. But anyway, in this time, I think the world now facing with some difficulty in terms of demand. Overall demand of the world will be dropped soon because of the COVID. And many situation in the world now is not so good for every industry in the world. I think like that. And in Thailand, now we have no COVID case for 100 days, but last few days we have just one new case coming up. So we are worried about the economic situation in the near future. Of course, the point that's facing our region is that the overcapacity and trade war. You can see in the past few years, there's so many major trade war among every countries in the world. For example, Section 232 from US that launched, and many countries in this region start to have some protection from trade and investment. That point, those points are the point that I would like to remind everybody to think about. And maybe today I would like to show you the demand supply in Thailand and some projection. And I will start my presentation. Okay.
Please.
I will share you my presentation screen. Okay. This is the Thailand steel consumption. That you know that our Thailand country have consumed about 18 million tons per year, and we have a lot of import. That the red bar show the import year by year from over the world, and we have our own production in the blue color. And you say that, and you will see that recently our demand have been continuing drop along the past 3 years. Also in this year, there will be a slowdown in the economy also. This is the crude steel consumption. We have import 9 million tons. We have production 4 million tons, and we have consumption 8 million tons. We have import 4 million tons, and we have export a little bit. This is showing you the consumption of the flat and long product ratio in Thailand. You can see a lot of flat product demand in Thailand because we produce car, automobile, electric appliance, but also long product important in construction and other application also. This is the utilization of the factory in Thailand. You can see that our average utilization around 30%. For bar and hot roll section, we have utilization only 34%, and hot roll plate, we have utilization only 12%. That means that a lot of factory in Thailand running at the poor production rate, and we have room to produce more. But unfortunately, a lot of import product come from many places in the world. This is the import country by country. You can see that Japan import a lot steel into Thailand. That's Japanese company made for automobile, and China also import a lot of product into Thailand. The Chinese product come with construction application and some coated steel. I would like to say that last 2 weeks, Thai government announced the anti-dumping deposit around 34% from China for the hot dip galvanized coated steel. So we expect that the coated steel from China will be reduced. This is the overview of our export. We export to Malaysia, Laos, Indonesia, Myanmar, and Cambodia. And those are 52% of our export. And other countries like United States, we can export the pipe into the market. Also some portion in Taiwan and Singapore, India, also one of our customers. This is the product that we import and export. You can see that our import increase, finished steel increase, wire rod increase, hot rolled plate increase, and coated product increase. But every product that we export going down in the past year. This is the consumption sector that happened in Thailand. You can see that mainly our steel product in Thailand is consumed by construction sector. That one of the opportunity that I can see that a lot of coated steel application in construction sector is now improving, like the P-painted GI, PPGI, and zinc alum, and a lot of galvanized steel consumed in construction. And I can see that a lot of construction trend now changing from concrete. I mean the concrete to use the steel instead, and it improves the time of building the building the construction. So in my opinion, the world in this region now changing to use the steel more in construction to replace the concrete. This is ICID forecast for this year. We forecast that the COVID-19 will make our steel consumption down around 7%. That's forecast we calculated in May, but now the situation of COVID is not improved. And many countries around this region now facing about problem of COVID. So I think that actual result of this year, the real growth of demand of Thailand may be lower than this. The risk factor is that we still have uncertainty of pandemic and the state capacity to control prevent the virus in many countries. We have phase of reopening, travel restriction now still used in many areas in the world. So at present, the activity in Thailand is recovered, but the hotel and tourism is still not good. So we are still worried about the economic in general. So those points I would like to share with you in today's seminar, and I would like to share many of you to go through this situation. And we believe that the trade, the investment, and the capacity will be the major issue in BIMSTEC and in this region. So I would like to, that's all I want to say today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Virod Kapunkap. Well, with that, so with that, I would like to put any questions which anyone may have on the floor. Chaudhary Sahab, you want to ask any question to Mr. Virod?
No, I have
no question. We know about Thailand. Now, Thailand has a well-developed steel industry. In fact, if you want me to make some cogent comparisons, we are where Thailand was in the 90s, 30 years ago. So that is where Bangladesh has just started. I will put it in my presentation, my speech, what is the steel situation in Bangladesh over here. And about the strengths and relative weaknesses of our industry. But I know Thailand pretty well, so no more questions. Mr. Virod was very cogent. He was very correct and to the point. Thank you, Mr. Virod.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Virod.
Thank you.
May I ask Mr. Firoz, your chairman, Mr. Akberali Hussain Sahab, if you would like to ask anything?
No, I don't think so. Thailand is because the figures that are there. If we had got it earlier on, then we could have thought about it. But we know that Thailand is a developed country, and what you just said. So I'm just hearing you all out, and I think we are learning something from USA, from now Thailand, and we will hear other people speaking. So we are going to get some interesting inputs to support us in our vision for Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you, Akberali Hussain Sahab. May I also take this opportunity to welcome Sanjay? Can you hear me?
Thank you, Mamta.
I was just mentioning, you have bagged the biggest media order of recent times. So you are the star of Danelli now, and I'm sure Minalda will have to compliment Sanjay for the excellent achievement he has done in the Danelli group. Minalda, your comment on this?
Yeah, Sanjay has been always one of my favorite guy in Danelli India when I was in Danelli India, and he was always very active, very optimistic, and with a good knowledge and profound vision. So he's always a star in Danelli. So we are really lucky to have him in Danelli, and he's one of my favorite younger brother, you can say.
Ditto. I would
So
only say
Sanjay, congratulations again. It's certainly a good breakthrough for MEDA. It's a very one of the biggest breakthrough of the MEDA, and the kind of MEDA we have sold there is really challenging, and I'm sure we will do it. We'll do it, sure.
Thanks. Hopefully everything works out well and we complete the project nicely.
Yeah.
MEDA is a game changer in the steel industry for us.
Absolutely.
So we have to be
Mr.
very proud of it.
Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay has a question. Sabota, please.
Mr. Virod, thanks for sharing that presentation. It was very informative. What's the reason for low capacity utilization and high imports?
I would say that in the past, we have no big import from China, but in the past 10 years, I think everybody knows that China has been built up a big production, a big capacity, and ASEAN also one of the biggest destination from China steel, the factory in China. So a lot of cheap steel import comes, and I think not only Thailand, a lot of import come into ASEAN. I'm also think that not only Thailand has low utilization, but nobody gather the information from the country like Malaysia and some other countries.
So is it that your cost of production is much more than the cost of import?
Oh, our cost of production may be not. I would not say that our cost production is high, but we have no blast furnace. We have no upstream factories who make the steel in Thailand. That's one of the reasons why we are not competitive enough to cut the price.
Okay.
So, Subrata, if I may just add a little bit, maybe Minalda could also add, Sebastian could also add to it, and Mr. Ethiah. In case of Myanmar, the imports amount to almost 90%. Can you imagine Can you imagine an economy where the imports are 90%? Minalda, would you like to add to this? Yeah, Mr. Ethiah.
Sure. I mean, the main reason is our import policy, because when you import from ASEAN country, there's a bilateral trade agreement, so the import tax is 0%, right? And same thing for China with Form E. So I think given the tax regime, and given the fact that China sometimes sell at the variable cost, it's very hard for the local producer to compete. So long story short, it's our policy that allows for more imports to happen.
Yeah, Minalda, would you like to add what Mr. Ethiah
Yes,
said?
what my friend Ethiah said is absolutely correct. This is, I mean, something is totally driven by the policy in every country. Right, you see in US, what is the example? I mean, now, I mean, for all the steel makers, US was not a very promising market even 3 to 4 years before. Danieli office was closed there because we didn't have any project. So with certain turn in the import duties in US has changed the game completely. And so this is the example what Ethiah also said for Myanmar. It's very sad. I mean, for example, Danieli being here for last 35 years and the biggest market stake holder in Myanmar for the steel industry, we have most of the government state-owned plant has been built by us here. But unfortunately, it is not producing because of the government policies are not backing up, the logistics, the power problem, the lack of skilled manpower. So cumulatively, altogether, the local production is not giving profit and the price is always become higher compared to the imports. So that's we are striving this since last 4 years till the time I came here permanently and there is another one was biggest bottleneck. There was no standards, so it was and no anti-dumping, nothing here. So people are just dumping all the dirts from different part of the world here. You don't know. So this is one very big risk, and we all are trying to overcome this together with Myanmar Iron and Steel Association, together with Mr. Sebastian, who has brought an European quality technology in Myanmar, producing the galvanizing coils and color coating coils. So altogether, we are fighting here to change the game, let's say.
Thank you, Minalda. I would only like to add one point that till recently, there was no quality standards in Myanmar. Similar to what we call the BIS or the Bureau of Indian Standards, there was no standardization of steel products in Myanmar. So I don't know, Minalda sent me a few clippings that there are efforts to move towards the direction. I do not know whether it has started moving on the ground.
Yeah, I would say, Ethiah is the right person. He is the Secretary General of MISA. But of course, I know because Danieli is also working together with MISA. Recently, some standards have been approved by the local authorities, government, and the top in the parliament. So it is in force. Ethiah, maybe you can put a few lines on this issue.
Sure. So, we've been working on the standards for about 3 years. And earlier this year in February, we passed 4 standards. For the deform bar, we will adopt ASTM equivalent. And for the hot roll coil and cold roll coil and sheets, we will adopt the Japanese JI standard. So that's a big win for us so far. but currently it's still voluntary. We want to push it to have it more properly enforced. So, but it's still the right step in the right direction. And we plan to write 4 more standards this year. Yeah, so we're slowly getting there. But the good thing is, given although it's voluntary, a lot of the foreign investors are actually abiding by these standards currently, which is good.
Mr. Teda, could I have a question with you? You're adopting the Japanese standard, the JIS, or the ASTM, American standards?
So for the deform bar only, we're adopting the ASTM, American standard. But for the other steel products, we have a plan to adopt JIS, Japanese standard.
I would suggest from our experience in Bangladesh, it is better to go with one country standard. There is no harm in going with ASTM. There is no harm in going with GIS. Both of them are very excellent standards.
Yes,
but my suggestion would be that you go by one standard, because ASTM has standards for all steel products, from ship plates to wire rods to everything, because the philosophy and the idea and the governing principle in ASTM standards is slightly different from that what you have in GIS or the Japan Industrial Standards. If you are following Japan Industrial Standards, fine. They have standards for every steel products that you can think of. So it is better to follow one nation. Yes, for an emerging country like Bangladesh or what would I say, Myanmar, it is better to follow the standard of a developed country and then slowly adopt that standard over a period of 10 years, 20 years to the local conditions over there, and then slowly evolve your own standards. For instance, Bangladesh has adopted the ISO standard. You could just think about that. That it is the ISO, International Standards Organization. They have a very extensive reference on steel standards. So you could just an idea, just a thought. Think about it.
You know, you're correct. And, you know, we try to have only one type of standard to follow, but we had some internal issues here, which we had to compromise. So the compromise was for the deform bar, we'll use ASTM, but we'll allow for a GIS equivalent in the appendix. So it's a compromise for now, but in the near term, midterm, we still would like to come up with our own Myanmar standard, similar to Thailand, where it's based on the GIS standard, but you modify to fit the country's needs. But then, thank you for that comment, Mr. Firoz.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Attia, and thank you, Mr. Firoz. With that, we'll move on to our next speaker, Mr. A.P. Chowdhury, who was earlier the CEO of G Steel and GJ Steel Thailand, and also a partner with Synergy Capital. And of course, for a long time that I have known him, from the days he was in chairman's office in SAIL to his position as chairman cum managing director of Vizag Steel Plant. I have known him for quite a long time. And it's a pleasure to welcome Mr. A.P. Chowdhury to our BIMSTEC Steel Summit. Chowdhury Sahab, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks Nirmala for organizing this webinar under umbrella of BIMSTEC to hear the views of eminent panelists from neighboring countries. Yeah, it's a large number of questions have been raised, and in fact, I was other side of the table. I was CEO from production side, so I will answer some of the questions which was raised towards more import and higher cost of production, etc. So first, let me say that Mr. Virot has already presented inside steel business in Thailand and neighboring countries, and based on my experience, I must say that Thailand steel industries are quite sensitive towards its competitiveness due to its heavy dependency on seaborne inputs, as we do not have any raw material ourselves, its geographical locations and costly power. So these are the major reasons which made Thailand steel industries very sensitive. Therefore, the steel industries in Thailand always look for a suitable government policy where Mr. Birot, his organization ICIT plays an important role in bringing up the problems of a steel industry to government for policy making. So I thank for that. So in fact, the details presented by Mr. Virud makes my task easy. I need not give any figures. All he has spoken in detail. So I will be speaking, so only taking forward from that. So business has already started after this COVID, but at slow pace, but at a steady growth with continuous reduction in restriction on boundaries imposed post outbreak of COVID. With great cautious approach, opening of economy has already started at medium pace. And with this, I am sure each month will be better than previous months. Primarily, steel consumption and production in every month country has recorded negative growth, except China and few other countries who have started positive growth as they were the first to get COVID outbreak and so started revival much earlier than other countries. The total consumption of steel, if we take in Southeast Asia during last year, it was around 81 million ton, out of which 31 million ton has been from import. The overall decline in production of around 11% in this year in this region, whereas in countries like India and some other has sharper. So already Mr. Virat has mentioned about decline in production in Thailand, which has been 12 to 15% in different region. But there is one good thing that though government has not given much of incentive to a steel industry, except 3% in reduction in power tariff during for 3 months. Government has been releasing funds for a small and medium sizes during last few months, which has helped in taking up more and more construction activities. As a result, in second quarter of the year, this calendar year, Thailand recorded 7% growth in construction industry with respect to previous year second quarter. So that has been one good sign for Thailand, and that gives hope that there may be a recovery faster. Here only I will like to add that what Mr. Virod has mentioned, that now recently government has brought safeguard measure on coated steel, galvanized coated. That is very big news because Thailand actually flat product producers, they produce thinner gauge up to 1.2 mm, and this goes basically to the pipe sector, coated pipe sector. And incidentally, the government of Thailand had removed safeguard measure in February 2019. As a result, heavy import came during last 12 to 18 months, and it was killing the thinner gauge sector. So these few action of government that bring lot of sea changes in viability of Thailand industry. Again, I will repeat that Thailand steel industry is very, very sensitive on this. So one had also included in my presentation, that question was asked in the very beginning, that why Thailand imports the majority of steel, whereas the overcapacity already exists, and why country these steel entrepreneurs in the country, they are not going for manufacturing the high-end steel. Yes, this is a very good point. So this, though out of say about 18 million ton, 12 million ton, 11 million ton, it depends on the government policy, import takes place. So basically these imports are towards auto sector, where consumption is about 20 to 22%. Another is about all this machinery side, where the Thailand, there are a large number of high-end manufacturing industry who consumes a higher grade of steel. So all these steels in Thailand we are not making. Reason being, these needs cleaner and high-tech, high technology iron making as well. Whereas this country, Thailand, is not allowed practically to go for blast furnace route. And unless we go for blast furnace route, it is very difficult to make several grade of a steel. So this has been one major constraint in the country of Thailand, because Thailand first priority not a steel, it is tourism. So government always give first thrust on the clean environment, and therefore the only Tata Steel had installed 1 million, about 600,000 ton of blast furnace that is not operative. So this is one big constant. Second is that high capital cost. So all these steel, if we have to go, we have to have high technology hot strip mill, and with a much higher level of secondary steel making like AOD, RH, and all process that all cost intensive. So it is market is very fluctuating in Thailand, particularly for this higher grade. There are other regions also. There are tie-up with Japanese. So as per the government tie-up, Thailand has to import certain amount of CR grade for auto sector. So these are the compulsions. So even if any steel entrepreneur in Thailand wants to go for production unit in this area, they are not very sure what will happen tomorrow, whether they will get return out of it. Another important is high power cost. In Thailand, power cost is very, very high in peak period. We have two, one is peak, another is off peak. Off peak is only for 11 hours in addition to Saturday, Sunday. So this 5 days, 13 hours, not operating plant practically, both for flat and long, it adds to cost. So that there was one question by one of our panelists that is the production cost high? Yes, it is very high. The conversion cost itself is more than $150. And out of that, the power component itself, by running in off peak, it is $60. If we run in peak, it will go to $70, $80. So conversion cost is very, very high. And it is to be appreciated, the say lower labor cost, it is less than 3%. Operating parameters, it is all more or less, most of the areas, it is of international standard. So what I want is to say that for Thailand in steel industries, there are very less corner to cut to be competitive. Third thing, that raw material. Scrap is being imported because of geographical location of Thailand. Basically, we are dependent on far away country, that is USA, majority, then from Europe, even from Japan also, like that. So this not only adds to the cost of freight, but it also adds to the inventory, because it takes practically, I mean, if it is nearby a scrap supplier country, you can maintain 1 month inventory. But in Thailand, it is particular for flat products, about 2.5 to 3 months inventory we take it. So these factors, actually, it is not under hand of Thailand steel producer. It is all external driven factor. So they are not competing, and as a result, lot of import is taking place. But this also, Thailand steel industry competitiveness existence is only on the delta over the international price. So generally this price, the delta between the domestic price and international varies from $30 to $60. So that depends on the global prices. So when prices are high, market is tight, we get more margin, otherwise not. So these are the limitations for Thailand steel industry not to grow. One more thing I will tell you, I worked there for 3-4 years, and I found that technology, be it of flat or long products, mostly it is from European. It's a very few plant who compromise on technology. They buy always either Japanese or American or European. I should say that they buy very few equipment from country like China. So these all adds to the cost. So Thailand is very, very quality conscious. They are certified. They are already producing the export grade. We had started exporting to Malaysia and many countries, but we do not export because of competitiveness. Quality is not an issue in Thailand. But there is a positive point that good law and order, minimum intervention of government, clean environment, good support of industrial authorities, I must say, ability of ports and infrastructures, and several other factors certainly gives an opportunity to a steel industry in Thailand to grow. However, this what I mentioned, high power cost and inadequate safeguard measures are two important phenomena which drags steel industries in its competitiveness by and large. So Thailand government has been looking into this. So sometimes government is quite generous, sometimes tight. So that makes a lot of difference in Thailand. Now, in general, I wanted to make some of the points. So looking at the current scenario, we can be very well optimistic about the revival of growth of consumption of steel. Out of likely growth in construction and manufacturing activities, which is taking place in most of the BIMSTEC countries. Government of most of the countries, including South Asia and Southeast Asia, is, I feel that, set to focus on creation of more and more employment, which will need new projects helping revival of economy and additional expenses. So one important part I observed that unlike previous slowdown, say of late 90s, if you kindly recall, the recovery had taken place 4 to 6 years. If we take economic crisis of 2008, it also take 2 to 3 years, and rather in some area recovery took longer time. But this time, the government has taken very quick and prudent decisions. I personally feel so regarding a stimulus package. As a result, quick recovery is visible all around, not only in steel, but in several areas. So this is a notable positive sign for most of the industries, which I think should keep enthuse our steel industry. So this stock market is consistent. People sentiments appear to be optimistic even after such a big epidemic. Government is supportive. Organizations are thinking out of box. Organizations and individuals have toned down their expenses, reserving liquidity for a spend differently, maybe to enter in newer mode of earning, and such several others. So these all, I think, are favorable for future to come. And since this time, economic crisis is caused by COVID, which is not creation by individual or any country, it is by nature, which has impacted whole segment of business. So this time, no one should have any biased feeling towards any of the authorities or country which has been happening during earlier economic slowdown. One more point I would like to mention for the BIMSTEC, for this all the neighboring countries, that I feel that this strengthening of supply chain management amongst Asian countries have become more and more essential. So we have seen a complete disruption of global supply chain triggered by restrictive measures taken by all countries to stop a spread of COVID, starting from restriction on internal movements to port and so on. So at a time, the global trade comes to a standstill. However, by realizing the long-term impact, the intra-country movement allowed, which allows the production to continue, albeit to lower rate because of low consumption, but create a rate of hope on cautiously optimistic rate. So COVID may not go at the rate at pace what we expect for revival of business till at least vaccine is innovated. Under the circumstances, it's must for high volume dependent segment like ours, like a steel, to give attention to strengthen the supply chain through innovations. See, because we have to minimize movement of people, maximize automation and usage of e-platform. So this needs attention of industry leaders of all neighboring countries. And I would like to hear some of the panelists if any views on this. So I can say that every country in vicinity has a strength, lot of strength. Now time has come that we should leverage it, because it was very well told that this region has lot of strength, lot of potential to grow, and in that I think a strength in supply chain that is required to be leveraged. So I can conclude saying that steel industry will be back, I feel, that to a level of survival by say early 2021, and start growing from second half of that year 2021. However, one point is certainly there that for Asian countries, oversupply situation with further addition of new capacities may throw a new challenge. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Chaudhary Sahab. With all the years that I have known you, I know, when you cover something, it will be exhaustive, and you will meticulously touch on each and every subject in detail. You have done exactly that. And before Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay asks a question, he's been posting on the Q&A group that he wants to ask a question. Before that, I would like to just share a few thoughts which I always felt. As you know, Bangkok is known as the Detroit of Asia. So all automobile companies, be it General Motors, be it Ford, be it Hilker, be it Daimler-Benz, everyone has a presence in Thailand. Every automobile major has a presence in Thailand. So that would also mean that there is a good generation of automobile scrap. Why is that Thailand is still dependent on imports for scrap? It has enough avenues to generate at least the automobile scrap. Why doesn't that happen to this? This is my first question. Secondly, in terms of resources, Thailand has limestone. Okay, in terms of iron ore, it is not there, but at least limestone, other raw materials, it can import, for example, coal from Indonesia, which is a neighboring country from Thailand. Why is that it is so dependent on imports of raw materials? Your thoughts on that?
So first question that scrap. Yes, scrap, whatever scrap is generated in Thailand, that all gets consumed. Hardly about 100,000 ton of scrap is getting exported, and those scraps are which are not used. But there is a committee, there is a body who always work with the government and do not allow a scrap to export. So whatever quantity is generated in Thailand, that is getting consumed, and in addition to that, whatever we have to import. Raw material, yes, you are right. Limestone is the only basically the item, and some dolo also that is available, and it's a flux. It is only the cleaning agent, so that it is available. Otherwise, main is iron ore we do not have. If you have to go for blast furnace, 100% iron ore you have to import. In fact, the G and GJ Steel, where I was working, GJ Steel, they had gone for DRI plant, but they could never commission. Even the Tata had installed, as I told, 600,000 ton of this blast furnace. They also suspended their work. This was one of the reasons that import of iron ore was not making economics to the production. So actually, Thailand, I'm telling, Thailand wants, first priority is to keep environment clean. So they are not bothered whether you are making a steel, not making. I think Khun Birod will agree with me. Their first priority is to keep environmental clean, tourism the sector to be fully fully operated. So that is the reason, Thailand has to import. And now with lot of industries coming nearby, it will further a problem for, strenuous for Thailand to go towards further place. Yeah. So these are the main thing. Whatever, see, in Thailand, the steel industry, the people are very, very smart in management side also. Since they have to leave, they do not have much corner to cut naturally. So situation make them so that they should look for saving every penny wherever it is possible. Yeah.
Thank you, Chaudhary Sahab. Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay would have a question. Has a question for you. Dada, please.
Mr. Chaudhary, thank you so much for the enlightenment. You had mentioned that the conversion cost is $150. Is that at hot roll level? What's that conversion cost?
Total is from a scrap. Actually, there are only two steel plant flat products in Thailand, that is GA Steel and GJ Steel, who makes HR coil from melting scrap. Other one more industry there, but very small. So that I should say three. So this is what I have told. It is conversion cost from beginning to end, excluding input cost.
End meaning galvanized?
No, actually galvanizing is not there. That is one plant plan has been made for installation, but for galvanizing, HR galvanizing has not much of market in Thailand or even neighboring countries. So they have to go for CR, and G and GJ both had procured CR and HR and galvanizing lines, which could not be commissioned because of various reasons, the slowdown and all. So company was not in good position. Working capital became strenuous. So because of such reasons, it was not constructed. Yeah.
So again, $150 conversion cost through the hot rolling level. Yeah. When you say finishing hot rolling level, right?
Only
and that's considering 36% capacity utilization.
Not you can say up to 50%. It varies. Yeah.
Okay, so right now the Thailand import is at a level of 130% of actual Thailand in-house production.
Yeah, you can say.
Okay, so if the capacity utilization goes up and you start replacing imports, what would be the conversion cost?
See, the conversion cost, if capacity, we are not taking fixed cost in that. So only certainly productivity will go up. So certainly, I think at least we have calculated that there will be reduction in conversion cost, say by $10 to $15 at least.
That would be a huge unit.
Yeah.
That would be a huge winner. So if quality is not the constraint, right, and you have a huge automotive segment market where the steel is being imported from Japan, I believe, mostly, and so then the focus should be to put those lines in and make the conversion availability in Thailand itself, make self-sufficient. And I don't know what are the challenges, but I'm just throwing it out, thinking loud, because from my standpoint, $150 per ton conversion cost, it's a little high, but it's not absolutely out of the park. It's not making it completely incompetitive, but at the same time, if the capacity utilization goes up and if your yield is high and you can convert all the way through the forward integration and you have a market which can capture those products, I think you will cut down on the freight, because the freight is a big factor in the imports. So naturally there should be some advantages. And again, I don't know all the details about how Thailand is doing. I was just thinking. And the second thing is you talked about, people. I know, I agree with you that people are extremely intelligent there, and very smart, very talented. So utilization of those people and use of data science would certainly help the process. So to do more streamlining of the entire process would help.
Yeah, actually, this I should add that this plant, they are having CSP route and electric arc furnace. These are constraint. So you will agree that by through CSP route is very, very tough task to develop CR grade and tattoo of auto grade. So uh, that actually that lot of trials are going on for development of CR grade in both GS Steel and GJ Steel, and we are taking help of one Nippon Steel and all. So work is going on in that area. But one by side of that, I told that the government of Thailand, has very close relation with Japan. So this auto industry, Nippon, they have their own circuit of getting material from Japan. So those type of things are there. And where is the surplus money? Suppose we go for major expansion. Now the question is that cash is not getting generated. Working capital is always tight. So like that situation is, but yes, there are plans already. GJ, they have planned for installation of CR and develop CR through CSP route and go for this sector. So this actually conversion cost, if that is tackled, if power cost comes down, if government supports in that, and there are safeguard measures, capacity utilization of the flat product will go 70 to 80%. But that is also not happening because of inconsistent approach and inconsistent policy, market and all.
So Big River Steel is a CSP player as well. And we produce automotive grades, both cold rolled and galvanized. I can only offer any collaborative, any knowledge exchange, any knowledge sharing. Please feel free, and we'll be more than happy, because we want more collaborators in this field. We believe that the integrated steel makers feel that the CSP will never produce exposed automotive. We believe at Big River Steel that we will be the first ones to produce exposed automotive. The other thing that I can certainly say that, with the generations coming in, think about, if you are challenged with your power, think about solar power. There is a mill in US right now, Nucor. They have put together a 350 or 400,000 ton rebar mill with solar power. We are thinking about wind power. We are thinking about solar power, all kinds of renewables. So Thailand should have enough solar power to generate, and the mill can run with solar power. And that would be cheap. I know there would be capital investment cost, but that would be self-reliant and would be green steel. And in order to cater to the new generation of automakers, with a very strict measure on LCA, the life cycle analysis, that would be an advantage for Thailand.
Yeah, great. Thanks for your offer, and I will send a message to the current CEO. And I think that investors also, they may be quite interested in looking into your offer. And I'm sure if really what presentation you have made, that's what I was wondering, that we can take your help for development there. Thank you very much. We will be in touch.
Yes, absolutely.
And
Thank you.
this solar power and renewable energy, yes, they are already looking forward. Only that arc furnace, the arcing, and at the time of arcing, all consumption is very high. They consume about 132 megawatt power. Yeah, but that is already many steel industries in Thailand, they have gone for solar, including Tata and GGJ also. They are going for that. Yeah, thanks for suggestion.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaudhary Saab, and thank you so much, Achita. Again, good food for thought for collaboration. That's the whole idea, to have collaboration. Wherever we can. With that, I'll move on. Before I move on to the next speaker, we have a last minute invitation we sent across this morning to Mr. Anand Nepal, who is the CEO of Jagadamba Steels in Nepal. Mr. Nepal, if you can hear me.
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yeah.
Good evening, Akberali. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Nepal. You have a wonderful surname, the same as
yeah, my surname is very wonderful. It's with the country. I am from Nepal, and my surname is Nepal also.
So it's great to have you with us. If you could just share, since I know you have to go, so before you leave, I've kept.
Exactly. I'm sorry to join you late also. I'm sorry to leave you early as well. I'm going for that because I think you have given me 2 hours before that informations. You should give me a little bit about this steel industry.
Yeah, that's why you get a special advantage, because you were so kind to accept an invitation 2 hours before the event, and you kindly agreed. So my heartfelt,
my pleasure. Thank you very much. You thought on that way. Thank you very much.
My heartfelt gratitude to you for accepting a request 2 hours. And honestly speaking, this much I can tell you, it was in no way meant to, be disrespectful. With all respect, let me welcome you, and the floor is yours. Before we move to our good friend, Mr. Ettia, the floor is yours to talk about the steel industry in Nepal, which is again a rural-based economy, and you could talk a little bit about how the plans are there ahead in Nepal.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am Anand Nepal. I am as a CEO Jagadamba Steel. We produce, I think we are the largest producer in Nepal as Jagadamba Steel. And as I told you before also, I've got 2 hours before some information I have to gather it, but I couldn't able to do that. Even then in Nepal, actually what we look for this steel, if we say the steel, we go for the only rebars. People think steel is the rebar only. And all Nepalese steel industries is directly related to the producing rebar only. And they are producing rebar by importing billet from India and third country. It's from the beginning till date. There are few industries which started from last 5-10 years back, few melting plant. There's the induction melting plant, the secondary processing they are doing it and making billet. Also, they are making rebars as well as other long product like small angle channel, structural items, you can say like that. Other things we are not producing, all others steel item we are importing from the India as well as third country. So in Nepal, regarding if I come with all this thing, rebar industry only in the constructions, we see from last 20 years, 8% growth. Initially, there were only one steel industry was there, which was producing rebars. Nowadays, there's 28 steel industries, they are producing rebars. So the development is going on. And it's, I think, a good repo is there also. But due to everybody is suffering this time because of the COVID-19. So I don't have to explain regarding the COVID-19. The industry and everything is suffering these days. So actually, the things how move in Nepal, we have a very potential market because the hydropower in Nepal is very high. We are the second biggest. If we can make a second biggest hydropower capacity in the world. After Brazil, we are the second one. So there is a lot of potentiality for the steel and cement. Definitely steel is very good on this market. And definitely as a very small country, it is going on. And we are very underdeveloped country, you know about it. So the consumption also is very less as compared to the world. I think consumption around 225, 230 kg per capita. Here is only 50 kg per capita now Initially, it was like, 5-10 kgs like that way also. So mostly, even in India, I think the consumption per capita is less, but it is around 80 kgs. Anyway, the things is going like this way. These days, people is trying to, this industry is trying to do from the secondary melting also. They are doing from the induction furnace. They are getting sponge iron from India, and little bit little bit scrap also they are getting from imported, and some raw material, some scrap from Nepal as well. But the quality matters over there. So things coming up again in the quality and everything. So things like that way, if it moves in the future, it is going to be a little difficult for making for the steel industry, making raw material over here. Last year, it was, let's see, it does not happen till date because the government is looking for it. We found one iron ore in some place of Nepal, and that is going on. That is, the things is going on. Let's hope if it works, even then the capacity, the consumption, if you say we are very small, I say today our consumption is around 1.5 million tons of, if you go for the whole steel, around 2 million tons. So just you think about it, how much consumption is there? Very less. And if I go today, but this capacity also increased because of, if you remember, 5 years back, we had a very big earthquake. 2015, 2015, we had a big earthquake. After that, the people in the rural area also, they are looking for making reinforcement structures. So that is the one issue where now consumption pattern is little changed. But the quality is question mark, because if the people is going for the secondary process and making billet on that way, if only the induction furnace is using on that, the people, the cost is also one part where the people in the poor country like us, they look for the cheap one. They look for, they don't think about, they feel like that way. The seller is also saying that all iron is the same. There's the one point where little, that is going to impact. People doesn't know the impact when it comes to earthquake, because we have faced it. I have also faced it. The things needed on that way also. And also another one point is the government is looking on this type. Government has to look on our policy. There's policies like that. Definitely government is supporting the steel industries but for the importing finished product, government is supporting steel industry for the only rebar, reinforcement bar. For the importing, there is a little more import duties there. So the importing and so many things is stopped due to that one. But things is coming on the point that the people and the industry has a very difficult situations, how it becomes big, because like our country, the people look after the bandwagon effect. I think you know about bandwagon. When the one people has a good, they saw in the one good industry, everybody jump on that industry. So that had created very big problem to us. Now, last 1 year back, I told you this 28 rolling mills are there. All are big rolling mills, and they are. If I see the capacity of that rolling mill, if I come to add on that one, it is approximate around point. You can say other 4 million tons. The consumption is still is the 2 million tons. If you go for the rebars, it's around 1.5 million tons. Just you can take the 3 times of the capacity, and you know about that in our country, as like other places also, because of the landlocked, we have to depend and we have to make inventory high. It takes time for the getting materials from India as well as third countries. So that also costs. So the cost is going to add on everywhere. So the people, when the people in the poor country, they look for the low price things. So that is the reason the quality is making compromise over here. The secondary billets is coming, secondary products is doing over here, and the quality is deteriorating day by day. Before it was like that. I remember, I think 19 years back, when I first introduced TMT bar in Nepal. At that time, even in India, There's a few, only 4 and 5 industry where they are doing the GMT. But at that time, the quality, what we generate was number one. But now the things become very worse scenario. Even after, you can say, this earthquake, people would like to go for the better this thing construction, but the things has been becoming from producer and as well as the cost factor, making little difficult for us. Let's hope. I think the will come up from the COVID, and definitely the consumption pattern will be definitely going to increase, and we have a very big potential. We haven't developed now, so there is a lot of uses of in this steel. Definitely is going to use for our country, and that is very good industry for us. And steel and cement, if I share with you, cement, we had a very good limestone areas. That's why we are very good in the cement, this area. But in the steel, we don't have any raw materials. We have to import everything from other country. So that is one issues where we have to face a lot of problem due to even from the producer side, even from the supplier side, even as a user side. So this is the one point where how we are going to be handle it. And the government has to see also this part. And when the government has to see, government had to take care about it, as well as the regulatory body is there which has to look after our country regarding the quality of the steel, and that body is going to be more competent. Hopefully it is going to be very strict within certain time of this one. So that is also Nepal Standard Bureau that is going to be control everything over there and the quality. I hope they will start digging these all things, and they will find it out, and they will do the best in this part. They are doing their best. It's the government rules, governments, how the government works, about it. So things will come up like that way, and hopefully, if everything goes smoothly, we'll recover very soon, and things will be going positively. Even these days, we are little. I think the productions will be cut down by everybody. Even they are producing 50% now. The 50%, 25% they are producing it, and in the market this time, I hope. And what we discussed, I think 1 month back in my board, this year the consumption probably, if it would be like last year around 1.5 million ton, we will be very lucky. But we face that a little around of 20 to 30% will be dropped down. Let's hope if that also everybody will survive in case of our country. So it is very good industry for Nepal, and hopefully it will give us very good return back also. Thank you very much. I think I couldn't able to give you all details on this one. Thank you very much. Anything from my side, I have to give any answer, anything from you. If you ask me, let me try to give answer on that one.
Mr. Nepal, I just had one question.
Right.
You said the total, consumption is around 4 million tons, and you are producing 2 million tons.
No. The total production is 4 million tons. There's only the rebar. Okay. And consumption is around, rebar consumption is around 1.5 million tons.
So which would mean you're exporting the rest?
We can't export. I told you I have to buy raw material from India. How can I export to India and some places like that? So, I cannot compete with the cost.
So that means none of the operators are working at capacity utilization?
No, not at all.
So assuming it is only, let's say, about 40 to 50% of capacity utilization right now.
You can say, yeah, if it goes for like this one, 40 to 50%, if the COVID, due to COVID, around 30%, you can say like that.
Okay. Anyway, Mr. Nepal, I will keep in touch with you, and we will have one more BIMSTEC summit when situation improves a little bit, so that we can get everyone. For example, I tried all my best, all my resources to get speakers from Bhutan, but they are absolutely incommunicado. No one can be contacted either on mobile or on telephone lines in Bhutan. So it's on a complete lockdown. So once the situation improves a little bit in a month or 1.5 months, let us meet again to find out how best we
Give
can.
me a little more time. I'll give you the more detail on this one, because this is because I was in somewhere, I was some commitment over there at 4 o'clock. So I just came half an hour before, and I just jot down everything on that way. So what should I speak on this one? I have to speak whatever I thought in my mind. I go on like this way, you know. Thank you.
Mr. Nepal, you did a wonderful job in such a short notice. So again, my heartfelt thanks to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions? I can give that one also.
Yeah, any
Anybody?
questions? Any questions on Nepal? Subrata, do you have a question? Chaudhary Sahab, if you have a question.
Yes, I have a question, Nirmalu.
Yes, Subrata,
Nepal, with its hydroelectric power, the power cost should be low. So what I started in my deliberation, ferroalloy industries buying raw materials from industry. Ferroalloy is a highly power consuming industry. Bhutan has ferroalloy plants. So can it be developed? That is my question, that's all.
Yeah, it can be developed, but if I go into the past, I think 2-3 years back, we used to had 15 hours load shedding. From last 2 years, we are, I think we are getting power 24 hours. Last 2 years from this gentleman is there one in the MD for the Nepal Electricity Authority. That has been, managed. But I hope this can be done after, not now. We are planning, this electricity authority is planning to export power to India, and the cost of the power at that time would be, I think, going to be cheaper. Then it is going to be definitely that can be done over here. That can be, so many things can be done at that time.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Subrata. With that, I'm sorry, Mr. Etia, I had to keep you waiting because Mr. Nepal had to leave, so I had to quiz him since I gave him 2 hours notice.
No problem at all. No problem at all.
So, Mr. Etia,
Mr.
Etia.
Yes, Etia, I was tell me.
Great. So, hello, everyone. My name is A. Biha. I'm currently the General Secretary of Myanmar Iron and Steel Association. And we're an association made up of government officials, academics, and private sector. So I come from the private sector. I have a few joint ventures with Milcon Steel from Thailand, mainly for trading and distribution, and also a galvanized tube mill, which is the first one in Myanmar. And then I have a small joint venture doing steel recycling with Hidaka Yuku from Thailand, which is the largest scrap recycler in Thailand. So today, let me keep my overview of Myanmar steel sector brief, because we have speakers from both JFE Moranti and Daniele. So, let me talk about Myanmar. So we look at Myanmar, we're quite fortunate in that we're located between China and India, which, as you know, are the emerging superpowers of the world with a lot of population. And our country land size is bigger than Thailand. So we're bigger. We're the second largest country in ASEAN after Indonesia, and our population is 53 million. And the reason why I mentioned that is there's still a lot of construction activity to be made in the country for the basic infrastructure, housing, power plants, and so forth. And if you look at our current steel consumption, it's only 2.5 million tons approximately, which is less than Nepal. So as you can see, there will be a lot of growth. So 2.5 million equates to about 47 kilograms. We expect that to grow every year 10-15%. This year is a COVID anomaly, so it's been flat, not down, flat, which is good. So we were seeing that because it's an election year, and because COVID here has not been too bad thus far, the activity has been decent. So we hope that it'll keep going. So then the question that we all asked earlier is, do we rely on local production or import? So let me lay out the local production. So Myanmar has had a long history in steel since 1981, the year I was born. I think Daniele helped the government at the time, Ministry of Defense, set up a DRI plant and EAF. And since then, we've been trying to develop the sector. The Ministry of Defense has spent a lot of money building three EAF plants. 2 are operational and 1 is still to be completed. And so long story short, the government has been the biggest investor thus far in steel. We had new entrants like GF Meranti, but given the policy, it has not succeeded. If you think about it, why hasn't it succeeded? 1, the importation of steel has been pretty open. So there is no incentive to produce right now, number 1. And number 2 is there's no standard, right? And because there's no standard, steel from any country, anywhere in the world has been coming in. So it's always been the flavor of the time, right? So China was the biggest importer, then it was Middle East, now it's India. And it'll keep rotating it until we have our standards in place. And as I alluded earlier, we're on that track of having the standards. So we have 4 standards in place now for deformed bar and hot roll coal and cold roll. We are working a bit harder to have it enforced and to add more products. We're also advising the government on anti-dumping measures, which they're seriously thinking about it now. So that's where we're at today. And where do we go forward? So I think production will depend mainly on, again, policy, but there's a steel mill that Daniele has been working with the government since 2013. It's an integrated steel mill with 2 electric arc furnace and the whole downstream. That is currently being tendered, and it's an ongoing process which they will finalize by January 2021. So I'm pretty optimistic that that will kind of give the second growth spurt to the steel industry in Myanmar. And stepping back a bit, so the demand has been more on construction, so rebars. Deformed bar makes about 65%, and flat products is about 25%. And hollow tubes have been growing fast. We were the first factory to build. We produce about 30,000 tons. There's been 4 or 5 factories coming in now. Daniele just is also commissioning one with a Japanese investor. So you can see that it's slowly growing. But I think to make it more meaningful, the growth, we need the government policy to be more committed and to lead us there. Okay, so that's my short overview, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Ethiah? Thank you, Mr. Ethiah. Please wait for any questions. Any questions? Sanjay, do you have a question, Sanjay? You have to unmute yourself, Sanjay.
No, I don't have really any question, because I have been to Myanmar so much, and I have worked with them so much, so I quite know the industry.
Sanjay knows very well because he keeps supporting us every time whenever we organize some seminar from Daniele. We do every year, in fact. So Sanjay is well known about Myanmar, let's say.
Right. Yeah, Shobhasachita, do you have a question?
Mr. Ethiah, thank you once again for the detailed input. Can you tell me what's the total capacity again? What's the total capacity in Myanmar?
So that's a very interesting question, because we have equipment that are not installed. So for example, the mill that is being tendered now, it's about 500,000 tons of EF capacity. That is still not commissioned fully. So that's sitting idle. If we look at the rest of the capacity, I would estimate it's probably installed another 500,000 tons. But similar to the story in Thailand, it's the imports that they cannot compete against. So hence the utilization has been very low.
Okay.
Nirmal, oh, sorry, please.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Subrata.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So,
yeah, Subrata, you had anything to ask?
Actually, I was asking him, Myanmar has huge natural gas. So is there any plan to utilize the natural gas to make gas-based DRI? That is a big profitable industry.
Yeah, that's a good question. So the Danieli plant that hasn't been commissioned in Mianjan, there's a DRI plant there. But currently we export gas to Thailand and China, and the export price is quite high and is the same as the domestic price. So because it's not subsidized currently in country, locally, it will be tough, right? So I think, it ties on the government's willingness to subsidize the steel industry.
Okay, understood. Please, Subrata, please go ahead.
no, Dada, you actually asked my question. I was going to ask because you had mentioned in your speech about that, and I thought that I would pose that question. So,
but these things will change, because if you look at it, the potential is very high. So I mean, in the Bay of Bengal, we had some discoveries in the last 3 years, but it takes time for that production to come online, right? So when let's say in 7 years, when that production has quadrupled or more, then that might be another different.
Actually, CNG can help India a lot. CNG, compressed natural gas, can help India a lot. Just cross the sea. Anyway,
yeah, that's
part
correct.
of the
That's
policy.
correct. That's correct what Mr. Mitra said. Yeah.
Mr. Ethia, how serious you are now? This Daniel is serious to commission by January 2021, because this plant has been lying.
So 2021 is government deciding on the winner, and then it would depend on the winner to work with Danieli to commission it, but that will take some more time, right? So I think the melt shop both melt shops may take maybe 9 months, and there's a hot roll coil mill, Steco mill, which will take about 9 months, and then the section mill will take another 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ethia. Ankit, can you just see if Mr. R.D. Nishant from GDP Steel Sri Lanka, can you see him? I believe he has joined. Can you see him? I can't see him.
Oh, I can't find him in the attendees now.
He was there a little while ago. Anyway, I hope he'll come back. So with that, I think we'll move on to our next speaker.
Yeah, I think we have a question from the audience. Mr. Basu, could you unmute yourself and ask your question?
Yeah, Professor Basu, Professor Sato Basu is the director of Institute of Minerals and Materials Technology.
This is a little different question for the gentleman from Myanmar. Actually, we are being told by some scientists from Myanmar that if you have the information, you have deposits of lithium minerals, either spodumene or lepidolite. I would like to know how far true it is, and if it is there, then where it is and how we can get access to these. Apparently, there is a MOU signed between the two governments, but we would like to work on it. So can you please throw some light on it?
Yes, unfortunately, I'm not too privy to that information, but if you send me a note, I can point you to the right resource.
Okay, I'll send you an email. I'll get your email from Mr. Nirmala Mukherjee, and then I'll send you an email.
Okay.
We would like to know, because we are all working on lithium extraction. Okay. And it will be a win-win situation in this region under BIMSTEC between India and Myanmar and Bangladesh and all the other countries that we are working. If we have a lithium deposits and we can use lithium for making batteries, and that's very important these days and coming 10 years possibly in this region.
Sure, yes. Okay, so please send me a note and I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, Mr. Ethia, I will forward your email and contact details to Professor Basu, and Professor Basu will get in touch with you. Okay. Thank you, Professor Basu. I'll send it today itself. I will share Mr. Ethia's contact today itself.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Professor Basu. So Next, we have Mr. Mrinal Mukherjee, my dada, and whom I lovingly keep in touch always. At times, he doesn't want to stay in my WhatsApp group. He says there are too many messages, but then I have to pull him back, and I bring him back always. So he's been trying to tolerate all the WhatsApp messages which goes into the group. Thank you, Mrinalda, once again for being there. And Mrinalda, as he mentioned, every year he does a conference for the Myanmar steel industry. This year, beginning of this year, he was so kind to invite me to give a presentation there, and I was there right now to this year to give a presentation there. Well, Mr. Etia, thank you so much. And with that, we'll move on to Mr. Mukherjee's presentation. Mr. Mrinal Mukherjee, CEO or Managing Director of Daneli, Myanmar. Ankit, before Mrinal uncle speaks, it is your job to play the Daneli video as the sponsor. Yeah.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, we can see.
Thank you, Ankit. Just one question, Sanjoy, is this entire footage is from Sri City Workshop or?
Yeah, this is totally Sri City Workshop video.
Right, I could make out. Okay, that's great. Okay, Mrinalda, it's time for you to go ahead with your sharing your thoughts and what you have done in Myanmar.
Okay, thank you very much for all of you to give me this opportunity to talk about a little bit about a country which is not very much in the focus of iron and steel industry in this whole region because of many challenges, the political scenarios and the many restrictions around. So I don't know what to speak much because my friend Etiha has already told or focused many things, and my next friend Mr. Sebastian is waiting to deliver some of it, so I should leave some portion for him as well. So I'm in this country. I'm coming to this country since 2008, but permanently stationed from 2016 here. When I took the charge together with my friend, I think he is also joining. My colleague, Umin Shwe, is also online, I can see. So This is a country which, in terms of steel industry, is a very nascent stage compared to the people who are around here in this webinar. So, but if you see, the history is quite long, but unfortunately because of the political scenario and the strategic policies from the government, this country was never been in much focus of the steel industry. So, as Nirmala said already, around 5 to 10% is only the local production, 90%, 90 to 95% coming from abroad, being imported. There are very few challenges which does not promote locals to invest too much for the latest technologies. That is the government policies, the logistic difficulties in this country. And frankly speaking, as Mr. Epi Chaudhuri said, his experience in Thailand, the same situation is here, is my opinion. The government does not prioritize the steel industry at all in this country, to be very vocal. That because Myanmar is a beautiful country, many of us doesn't know about this country. It's a very beautifully, naturally resourced and tourist opportunistic country. So this country is prioritizing wherever revenues are coming, like tourism, agriculture, and then a big portion now being focused to the oil and gas industry, which is basically a gas industry. So I don't see, when I came here to stay, I don't see people much talking about government people and local people also not at all conscious about steel industry, because they talk about infrastructure. It's infrastructure, infrastructure, and infrastructure. They don't consider what is in between the infrastructure. There is a steel, which is the heart of the infrastructure, any infrastructure. So after coming here, we then really started to, grow up the awareness to the people that steel is there in between the infrastructure, what you can see. So accordingly, we started doing promotional events every year. As last year, not last year, this year, January was lastly done by us, where I invited Mr. Nirmala Mukherjee, who has had a cracking presentation indeed. It was appreciated a lot with totally professional deliberation and very focused in terms of the geopolitical advantages that Myanmar has and the resources, the challenges, and the future. So it was very nicely briefed by Nirmala in front of all the major stakeholders in Myanmar. So in this way, every year we are doing this kind of promotional event in order to let the people know where we are in the other part of the world in terms of metallurgy. What is called, the artificial intelligence, the level of automations that can be used in terms of reducing the OPEX and to go for a good quality of technology like Danieli. This country has shown a significant trust on the European technologies by buying from Danieli. We are really fortunate and proud to be associated for last 38 years in this country, being the major stakeholders. So, but always the lead role being taken by the state-owned companies. So one of my personal challenge was coming here together with my colleague Umin Shwe to focus on the private investors, because this country was opened up to the democracy in 2014. 14-15. So after that, we saw a lot of private investments were trying to boost up in this country. So, but unfortunately, except a few cases like JFE Meranti, Mr. Sebastian is here, and a few Japanese private investors, the locals have not shown any interest as of now, because they are very different kind of people. They are not willing to take much risk. They are depending on the government policies and the strategical framework of the government to come and wait for that and then go for the investments. In different forums, we keep on saying that it is the private or people, state-owned people, they have the limitations at this moment because of the political scenario. So I don't think state-owned companies, though they are still investing with us. We are still doing projects for state-owned companies, but it is the private who are the major player, like in India, like Tata. We gave example of Tata Steel, that don't wait for the government strategies and the frameworks and the policies to come and be effective and then you go. No, you have to take some risk. No risk, no gain, as we say always. And private investors in India has understood this very well always. But I don't know, because of many suspicious thoughts among the private people, local investors here, the signal is not good at this moment from the local investment point of view. Foreign investments, yes, as I said. So some good movements have been done in last 2 years, like JFE Meranti, like the Japanese project, RK Yangon, we are doing the tube mill projects. So certainly this country is having an immense potential, a huge infrastructure that I have seen in my own eyes in last 4 years. Unbelievable infrastructure change has come into this country, especially in Yangon and also in other parts of Myanmar. So opportunities are there, prospects are there. We have to wait a little bit because this year again, a very critical election coming in November. So, which is very strategic in terms of investments. And the government policies, of course, has to be encouraging for the local investors to come into force to show them that government is really willing to back up, which is not the case at this moment. So,
yeah, please go on. This is
Nimala.
Yeah, please go on. No problem. This is Mr. Langendorf's presentation, which Ankit has opened by mistake.
Okay. I was confused a little bit what is coming in between.
No. It is Mr. Langendorf's.
Okay. So this is very.
Yeah, please go on.
Yeah, I can understand now. So that's a very brief and one thing I would like to add, that Mr. Etia has said, this the latest project that is still yet to be commissioned by Danieli is the together. If you sum up the long and the flat products together, it can produce around 8.8 million tons of steel products. Very unfortunately, because of many challenges and the government decision making confusions, it is not yet done. But from our side, we are all through. We are waiting for the government's joint venture to come up with its international companies by January 2021. And this plant will be a game-changing component in the steel industry of Myanmar, I can tell you personally, because having a wide range of products that this plant will be producing to cater to the local demand that is happening. The demand is still ruled by the rebar because the infrastructure is going up. At this moment, yes, every country GDP is going down. But before COVID-19, Myanmar was one of the highest growth rate of GDP among the Southeast Asia, we all know. Unfortunately, now it has gone down to 1.8, like in many countries in India, it's minus 29%. So, but it is always important in Myanmar to be vocal for local, as we are saying in India. So I'm trying to share the same thing here with all of my friends, that be vocal for local. Okay, I don't want to spend more time because we have some panelists left. My friend, Mr. Sebastian, is waiting as well, eagerly. So if anybody has any specific questions that is come under my jurisdiction, I can reply. Please.
Yeah, any questions for Mr. Mukherjee? Minalda again.
Yeah, Mr. Mukherjee, this you have this manpower for operation of the plant, adequate skill manpower is available there, or you are going to depend on some outside agency for operation and maintenance?
No, Mr. Chaudhary, this is a very valid question. this is being always a challenge for us since last 38 years in Myanmar, because the local manpower is not very skilled and they don't know much about the technological advancement. So this is a big challenge, in fact, and that was one of the component which is inviting the government to call international JV partnership companies to start this big Minjian steel plant. So because they know they don't have the know-how and the expertise to run that kind of plant, state-of-the-art plant from Danieli. This is with all the latest automation system. So this is a challenge. Yes, I confirm you.
Understood.
And to be more precise, whatever we have sold in last 38 years in this country, at the end of the project, after handing over, they always need us until now for a technical assistance for 1 year. And we keep doing that.
Okay.
Yeah, any other question? Okay, I suppose so the Pinalda's presentation, whatever he spoke has been well taken. And that is why there are very few questions right now. Okay, now we will move on to Mr. Sebastian.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pinalda.
My sincere thanks to all of you, especially all the very senior people like Mr. Chaudhary, Mr. Mitra, and all the people. My pleasure to see you, all of you, and your valued opinions and questionnaires. Thank you very much. Take care all.
Please, please stay with us. Don't go away. I know you want to enjoy the holidays, but for some time, I will
holidays for all. Holidays for all. This is by default holiday time because of COVID, because we don't have much work these days, other than video conferences.
Yeah, right. The whole day is only VCs and VCs. But Pinalda, please stay for some time.
Sure. I will.
Yeah. So Mr. Bandyopadhyay will have to leave right now. So Mr. Langendorf, I would request you to start off with the presentation so that we don't lose much time and everyone keeps leaving. Before that, your presentation is very important for us. So please go ahead. At least
thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, and thank you for.
You have to ensure that you have to finish your presentation before Mr. Mukherjee leaves.
Okay, I will try my best.
I don't have to wait for his presentation. I know very well.
Keep an eye on the screen and text him in case he leaves before.
Okay, please go ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mukherjee. So I think I knew in a way that, of course, Mr. Dia and Mr. Mrinal would talk about Myanmar. So actually, the presentation that I'm sharing is more about kind of a general snapshot of the steel industry at the moment. And then, of course, I can talk a bit also about Myanmar if there's specific questions. I'm not sure if you're seeing my screen. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can. Yeah,
so I think
Sebastian.
Just, basically looking at the more regional and perhaps even more Asian or perhaps even global context where we are at the moment and some latest steel market trends. I think what we are seeing, and there have been, of course, tremendous challenges over the past month. I think in many perspectives, first of which was, of course, health, but then also economic. I think what we see recently is in the steel industry that HRC prices actually are continuing to trend upwards. And what we see in the short term is certain elements that are driving steel prices. So, for example, we see strong China domestic demand. There's a high season now coming or approaching, and we have reconstruction in China after the major flood in South China that was driving steel prices and construction activities in China. We see rising raw material prices that are supported by a weaker US dollar with the monetary policy by the Fed. I think we can expect the US dollar to depreciate further. So we see there actually in a way for the steel industry, a very positive element, which is that steel prices finally start to go up again. We have less exports into the region from India also due to a relatively strong domestic market. And I think India will keep on growing strongly. So I think there is an increase in capacity, but that capacity will at least mainly serve a domestic market. And then we see very recently unprecedented strong demand from the home appliances industry. It could be a catch-up effect because of lockdowns and I think a refocus on home and no possibility to buy home appliances during the lockdown. So potentially that is driving the demand for home appliances. So rising HRC prices have pushed up CRC prices and coated prices by about 15% for October-November shipment. And we see prices for shipments in October, November based on CFR Southeast Asia now as follows. We have HRC around $530 US dollars per metric ton. Cold roll full hard 610, GL bare 760 to 830. So significantly higher prices than 3 months ago. And looking ahead, we expect prices to remain actually quite strong through to December 2020, with key drivers being China with a continued strong domestic market. In China is becoming a net importer. They have consolidated their steel industry. And I think this will have significant implications on the steel industry in general. Raw material prices will remain strong, we believe, through the balance of this year and next year, supported by FX and a continued weakening of the US dollar. So if we look at HRC, CRC prices over a longer term, going back to, let's say, 2000, of course, we all can see the China super cycle that took place between 2003 and 2013, with significant increases and spikes in steel prices, with a peak in end of 2007, beginning of 2008. And now, of course, after 2013, an overshoot in supply, mainly in China. And with that overshoot in supply, a collapse in steel prices, which went down basically in 2015 to the level that we saw in 2000. And since then, we see more and more consolidation in China. We believe that the times of the big exports from China might be over. So there is also an opportunity, I think, for the region to actually leverage on a long-term increase in steel prices and to see some structural change. So China will have a continued solid domestic construction market for many years to come. And we will have not the same levels of export from China anymore. We will have a weaker US dollar that is driving steel prices up. So we believe there is opportunities in the region for the steel industry, and potentially we're entering now a period again where we see more solid and more, let's say, sustainable steel prices. We believe that what we saw 5 years ago was not sustainable. I think it was kind of distorting steel industries across the world, including in Southeast Asia. And I think the production factors in China were based on massive supply capacities, often financed by state-owned enterprises or financed through state-owned enterprises, very low environmental thresholds and standards, and that was flooding the markets in Southeast Asia. And I think it was a threat, as it was mentioned, for Thailand. It was a threat, or it is a threat, of course, for countries like Myanmar, but we have also seen that in Indonesia, Malaysia, and then, of course, the BIMSTEC countries that we have together today. So I think this is something which might come to an end with the opportunity for BIMSTEC countries to, refocus on steel industry and to rebuild a steel industry. I think what we see in the region is a trend more towards, let's say, domestic opportunities because of, let's say, shorter delivery times and the building up of local supply chains. So there is an opportunity, but it needs to be seized. And as it was mentioned by Mr. Tia and by Mr. Mukherjee in the case of Myanmar, there needs to be a policy framework that needs to be put in place that supports that rise of a local steel industry. It's of course not, the task of our company or the private sector to drive that policy framework. It's associations like MISA, in which Mr. Tia is actively involved, through which these policy changes and the policy framework should be built. I think what is being underestimated, I think, still at the moment is the enormous potential of steel industry. Not so much because of the employment in the steel companies itself, it's more the surrounding supply chains. And these are high employment and highly productive supply chains that are built around steel companies. So we believe there is certainly a case for strong policy frameworks in BIMSTEC countries to support local steel industries, especially downstream. Downstream meaning painting, galvanizing in flat steel, as well as cold rolling. Once we go further upstream, of course, cost becomes the real factor, and there I think we will need to see sufficiently large domestic markets to justify an upstream investment. I think Vietnam actually has been a good example on how the timing for an upstream investment into steelmaking actually was quite good, with the Formosa works, and now with Wafat, with a strong rise in the steel industry that came actually then on the back of a stronger domestic market. So I think for upstream, the timing of the upstream investment is important. Will also be important, I think, for markets like Myanmar, and then downstream significant opportunities. But of course, we are still facing, and now we can go over to Myanmar, we're still facing the threat of imports. I think what we are trying to do at JFE Meranti, we're trying to drive our value proposition. And I will very briefly go to explain who we are. So JFE Meranti is a joint venture between JFE Steel, Meranti Steel, and 3 Japanese trading houses. And our mission is to deliver high quality coated steel for the building and construction sector locally. And I think our focus is on driving the value proposition around quality and around sustainability. I think it's certainly a work that takes time because it requires a lot of communication. But I think with the young population in BIMSTEC countries, there's also an opportunity to use digital media to reach younger people actually, and to communicate and explain the importance of quality steel for buildings, for the safety of buildings, for the environment. So we believe there's an opportunity to actually leverage on young populations that have still their future, of course, ahead of them, that are engaged now in building their countries, to very early on drive the idea of quality and sustainability. So from our perspective, a lot of challenges, of course, and we just started production in 2020, February this year, and then came COVID. So it's certainly a tremendously difficult moment to start up. So significant challenges, but also great opportunities over the medium and long term, I think, in the region. I think just as the last one to show what we're trying to do also in terms of, making steel interesting. And that was said with regards to Thailand. And I found that interesting that, initially it was all about concrete, but now, we can see steel has a lot of design potential. So if we look at very, very developed markets, steel actually plays a tremendous role in making buildings look better. Not only making buildings last longer, but making buildings look better. So we believe there is a tremendous opportunity to, raise interest for steel as a building product, based upon which, of course, then there is also, I think, more awareness among policymakers as well as among consumers. So I think our perspective looking forward over the next 5 to 10 years, challenges, but probably an improved environment, market environment in general, with rising steel prices and the opportunity to actively communicate value propositions around quality and environmental sustainability. So I think that's the presentation from my side, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, thank you, Sebastian. Thank you so much. One of the thoughts which came to my mind while I was watching your presentation was, about the time you invited me to be there for the commissioning of your plant in February. Then soon after, because of the COVID situation, I could not travel to Myanmar. But I still have that wish, as soon as situation improves a little bit, to go and visit you in Yangon and at least be there for a day to see your, color coating line in there in Yangon. And one of the other things which I wanted to request you is, we are doing another webinar very soon, which will be in the month of September itself, which is on steel in construction. In that, I would request you, if you could give 10-15 minutes time to give a similar presentation on what steel can do in the construction sector. We are getting the other color-coded, trying to get the other color-coded lines from India, like, there is one by ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. There is one by Asian Color-Coated Industries. There's one also from JSW. So, and Tata BlueScope. BlueScope and Tata Steel, they have a joint venture called Tata BlueScope. They also manufacture coated sheets. Color-coated corrugated sheets, and which can be used, especially in the roofing, as a roofing material for rainy and monsoon infected areas, especially. For example, in the northeast of India, similarly in Myanmar, you should have a good, and we have to create demand now. It's a situation where we have to create demand. So one of the ways we are trying to create demand is having more and more of these discussions and webinars where we could share ideas and find out how best we can integrate the entire ecosystem to create that additional demand. So this is one of the things which I wanted to share. And I wish you again all the very best. And let's hope that demand starts picking up. You commissioned the line at a very difficult time. So the challenges are double than what it normally would have been. So thank you once again. And any questions? Ankit, any questions?
We don't have questions from the audience.
Okay.
Yes, I think I have a question for Mr. Langendorf.
Yeah.
Mr. Langendorf, you showed some very beautiful houses, buildings. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So you showed some very beautiful houses, single-story residential buildings and everything with your color-coded things.
Yeah.
Could you go to that particular slide?
I will. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the one I am talking about. So my question would be, what is the life cycle cost of such a building? What would be the life cycle cost, number one? Number two, how does the cost compare with concrete construction? Number three, what would be the wind load? Has it been designed to take cyclonic storms? Because most construction in Myanmar and in Bangladesh, it would be built according to cyclone conditions to take the cyclonic storm. In Bangladesh, the regulation says that near the coastal areas, you have to design a building to take up to 220 km/h wind speeds. So that is what we do after the 1991 big cyclone, which killed maybe about 500,000 people in Bangladesh, if you all remember. That was nearly 30 years ago. So naturally, this sort of buildings, it looks very good, but cost is one consideration. The speed of construction, yes, I can say that it can be constructed very fast. The construction speed can be very fast. But then again, what is the life cycle of such a building? I mean to say, a typical concrete house built in Bangladesh, it is designed to be over there for 40-50 years. Now, what would be the life of such a typical house that you're showing over here, typical home that you're showing here? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions, Mr. Firoz. So I think in terms of the life cycle, it depends, of course, on the entire building. But if we, let's say, if we take a residential house, we're only looking at the roof. So we're giving warranties on our product. They go up to, I think, 20, 25 years, but it doesn't mean that then the product can no longer be used. So I think we do expect that we have a life cycle up to 25, 30, 35 years for the really high quality products. If we look at, at factories, as you see, or commercial buildings on the upper right, of course, it depends on factors like the coating technology. If it's aluminum, zinc, how thick is the coating mass, and how thick is the steel. So I think, and that relates also then to wind speed. So I think there are products for the conditions, but as you are saying, as you're rightly saying, they come at a cost. So I think it is important for us to raise the awareness that long-term thinking actually is then often is more expensive in the short term, but is certainly better value in the long term. What we see is the low quality products in Myanmar. They need to be replaced. I think they are fading in color after 1 or 2 years, and generally they need to be replaced after 5 years. So they might be 30% cheaper in the beginning, but you have to replace them after 5 years. And then very quickly, like with, let's say, clothes or shoes, whatever, if you need 3 sets of roofs or 4 sets of roofs in the lifetime of a quality roof, that cheap roof actually turns out to be more expensive. So I think a lot of our communication is around explaining the value of quality steel, also on safety. And it's also around fasteners. So there's thickness of steel, there's the coating mass to make sure it's not corroding, but there's also the issue of fasteners, using the right fasteners and the right construction technologies to make sure that we have wind speed resistance. And I think all that is a package that we are trying to communicate to end customers, actually, to our customers who are roll forming companies, but also to the end customer.
Okay, thank you so much, Sebastian. There is one question. I don't know if Mr. Mrinal Mukherjee will answer, or you can answer this. Where do you see Myanmar in next 5 years in terms of steel production capacity enhancement and growth in consumption pattern? So this is by Mithileshwar Yadav. Would Mr. Mrinal Mukherjee take this question, or I think he's not there? So
yeah, I can make a guess. So I think in terms of steel production, so if we go downstream, I think there will be an increase. We also believe that the Minjang plant will be commissioned ultimately. So I think there will be more domestic capacity. But I think the very big projects like blast furnaces, they might take a bit longer because of electricity issues that still need to be, I think, addressed. So potentially steel making capacity in 5 years could be around 1 million tons. If we believe that we have a total steel market of, let's say, 4 million tons in 5 years, or 5 million tons, we still have, of course, significant amount of import. So it would just be my guess. I think growth of the market can be fast. This year, of course, due to COVID, there is no growth at all, but there is possibility to grow this 2.5 million ton market to 4 million tons in 4 to 5 years.
Okay, thank you, Sebastian. Thank you so much for your inputs. With that, we'll move to the next presentation. Our next speaker is Mr. Manwar Hossain. He has sent a message. He will not be able to join because he has a meeting with the Bangladesh government. So we'll move to Mr. Firoz, followed by Mr. Sanjay Dasgupta. My brother Sanjay will be there just after Mr. Firoz finishes.
Okay, so I will be brief and I will be up to the point. So first, since our association president is not there, so I will give a brief introduction to the Bangladesh market, which of course Sanjay does not know, need to, because he knows the Bangladesh market better than me. Sanjay.
Not at all. Not at all. We keep on learning from you. You are a veteran in the market, and we always learn from you.
Okay, thank you, Sanjay. Haven't seen you around for a long time. So, first of all, we are about. I will go in ballpark figures, in rough estimates, so you get a sense of the big picture. So, roughly, we are about an 8 million ton per annum market. Of that, 5 million ton would be in rebars, and all the rebars, 100% of the rebars is made locally, and it's all recycled steel, induction furnace melting, and there are 2 electric arc furnace melting over there. And my good friend Sanjay, he has been the leading technology supplier to all them. I must admit, whatever it is, but he's a wonderful marketing man. He knows how to sell Danieli products. So, in fact, our BSRM group, which is the largest steel producer in the country, Sanjay has been able to sell us one after another. We are a Danieli equipped plant. Let me put it this way. So I will going back now. So 8 million tons of total steel capacity, out of which 5 million tons is in rebar, and then about roughly another 2 million tons would be in flat products. Now, presently we see the growth coming in the flat products. In the long products, that is in rebar. And let me finish the balance of the section. We have about 76.5 kilotons of sectional products, which would mean a lot of different types of sections. That would include all types of structural sections, and about 172,000 tons of hollow products, that is tubular products. So that is the rough import statistics and everything, except rebars. About 5 million tons of rebars, the rest 2 million tons are all imported. All HR coils are imported, HRC products are imported into the country, which is further processed into CRC, that is cold roll cold steel. All the finished steel products, like the color products, Mr. Langentorf was showing us. So it's all done locally. So basically, there is a lot of trade in terms of steel, in terms of imports of basic raw material and some semi-finished products. For instance, wire rods, we consume a lot of wire rods for various purposes. Wire rods is 100% imported. There's a Chinese supply chain over here, which sends all the wire rods from China. And all the tubular products, it comes from various sources. Japan is supplying some of the high quality oil and gas tubular products, but mostly it's from China. And then again, the structural sections, if it is meant for a very critical application, then it could be coming from Nippon Steel or something like that. But most of it, the bulk of it, the commercial grade, it comes from China. And the HR products, that is the HRC market, then again, it's a huge import market, about 2 million tons. So that comes from China, from Japan, from India, from multiple sources, wherever it is more, it's more of a spot market trading, I would say. So going, that is a rough idea, or a rough, very ballpark picture of what the Bangladesh steel market is about. So the present growth, it seems to be in the long product sector, but especially in the rebar sector. But let me tell you, in 5 to 10 years time, in 5 years time, the next quantum jump, or the big growth will come from the flat products, because Bangladesh has just started what Thailand did about 20-30 years ago. It has started going into the white goods market. Nowadays, it's mostly a screwdriver industry. That means you basically do the assembling. Everything from mobile phones, washing machines, you just name it, and then refrigerators and everything. There is a growing middle class. So we have an annual growth of about 7 to 8% of GDP. So there is a good housing demand. There is a lot of demand for white goods. So all the big names like Whirlpool or Samsung, they are very much into the white goods market over here. And some local manufacturers have also stepped in. Refrigerators, air conditioners and everything. So if you just wait and see for the next 5 years, I think there will be a surge in the demand for flats. So sometime in 2025 or 2030, between 2025 and 2030, a sweet spot or a Goldilocks spot will be reached where very big flat products, HR production facility and plate production facility will be feasible in Bangladesh in terms of the volume, in terms of the quantity. It will be feasible. Remember, Bangladesh has a population of 160 million. Among the region, it's the largest country in terms of people. After China, India, Bangladesh is the largest country in terms of human resource. And it has a very young population. It has 60% of the population is below the age of 25 and below. So there is a lot of working population. There is a lot of, I mean to say, hands. If you see the labor availability or the human resource, it is tremendous. It is much more than Thailand, Vietnam, and Myanmar put together in terms of throw weight, in terms of human resource. Now, what needs to be developed over here is infrastructure. Now, the government for the last 10 years, and it will be doing it for the next 10 years or 20 years, it is in a mad drive to develop the infrastructure. I look at my capital city and I think about Thailand, which I saw about 20, 30 years ago. It is in the same stage. Thailand at that time was building all those flyovers and everything. Now we are doing the same at the same mad pace. So naturally, at a certain spot, in 5 to 10 years time, we will reach a stage where a flat product, hot roll flat product facility will be feasible. But then again, we don't have natural gas. Forgive me, somebody was mentioning earlier in the program that Bangladesh is floating on gas. No, we are an importer. All our natural gas comes from Qatar these days. We are a big LNG importing nation. We have just commissioned 2 very large LNG liquid natural gas handling facilities in Chittagong itself. So it's important. So any thought of a DRI plant in Bangladesh, just rule it out. A gas-based or a coal-based DRI plant is not going to come. So the most feasible thing would be in 10 years time. You may call it polluting, you may call it everything, but if you want to develop a nation and if you want to add capacity, it has to be a blast furnace route plant. It has to be through the iron ore and coal route, which has to come up somewhere. It has to be a coastal plant. It has to be a coastal plant because like South Korea or Japan, Bangladesh does not have any raw material sources. So if the government, like the former Korean government or former Japanese government, they had a long-term strategic industrial plan to develop the country. Steel is just a basic link. If you want to be competitive in automobiles, if you want to be competitive in white goods, if you want to be competitive in shipbuilding, you must have a basic industry like steel. Without steel, now steel is part of the linkage. It's part of the linkage. Similar thing plays out in over here in our apparel industry. Bangladesh is the second largest apparel exporter after China. But we don't grow any cotton. We don't have any natural resources on that. So basically, it is part of the linkage. So if you believe in or consider that economic concept of having a linkage industry, then steel becomes of a strategic importance. Because then you know that you are going to compete in automobiles, in white goods, in shipbuilding. That is how Japan built itself up. 60 years ago, 70 years ago, after the Second World War, it was a devastated country. That is how South Korea built itself up. So if this is the model, then I would say Bangladesh in another 10 years time, it will be ripe for, or just correct for a major coal base or a blast furnace blast furnace based steel plant over here. Today we are dependent 100% on imported scrap, whether it is old ships or whether it is or recycled steel from the United States or Japan or from Europe, or we are getting it from multiple sources, including Australia. But then if you want to increase steel production at a strategic level, that if a nation says that, if a country says that I want to increase my steel production by 10 million tons, then you cannot base your projections on recycling alone. You cannot base your what I would say, that we will do it 100% through the recycling route or scrap based route, because that has a limitation. You cannot increase scrap production on market demand. What will happen if the demand for scrap goes up? Prices will continue to rise. But iron ore production or coal production is something, coking coal production, it can move according to market forces. If the market is there, then iron ore production can be ramped up. Iron production, but recycled old steel production cannot be ramped up. So only way for it to react is for the prices to rise higher. So having said that, let me talk about a little bit about BSRM. My company, BSRM Group, is the oldest steel company in the country. It was founded in 1952 as a very small foundry shop. And then today it has a total production capacity of 1.7 million tons. And we achieved that near about 95% utilization. Last year, despite the COVID situation, we produced over 1.6 million tons of steel. And thankfully, we were able to supply. Because of the good demand, we were able to supply. So we achieved that target. So this year, we intend to do more. And then hopefully, we might have to increase capacity in the near future. Because steel demand has grown in the last few years. It has grown between 8 to 10% annually compounded in Bangladesh. Our GDP growth is between 6.5 to 8%, depending on which year you're putting a finger on. So steel demand remains very high. And then, as I told you, that mostly the long sector, the long product sector, that is rebar and everything is produced locally. Sections are also produced locally. We are also a sections producer. At the same time, a lot of imports will also rise. Imports of especially HRC will rise in the coming future. So will be the case of large sections. So we hope to have a very dynamic steel scenario in Bangladesh in the next coming 5 or 10 years. And my good friend Sanjay will bear me out if I say about some of the achievements we have done. Because nowadays, technology is something which crosses international borders. Technology is not confined to particular nations. My good friend Sanjay will bear me out. If there is a mill, if he wants to show to somebody internationally, which does five strand slitting technology, it is a Danieli technology. Now, which company or which plant in the world has perfected it to an art form? You ask him which company, he will take you to see it. It has to be one in Bangladesh.
Absolutely, it continues to be BSRM mill. It continues to be one of our landmark mill. And whenever we refer customers, we take customers, we always refer to this mill, which started with a low capacity with little change. They have achieved almost double the capacity, and it's one of the finest working mill. Compliments to the team, compliments to the excellent team and their regimental, way of maintaining and operating.
So technologically, we have achieved that. And of course, then we are looking forward to process improvement. So let me compliment that Denili as an institution, they have been excellent partners. They have been very good partners in providing support and upgradation and everything. So they have been a very long-term relationship with us, and we have been working as partners. Even now, I'm expecting some Denili people to be the first foreign visitors to be in our plants in Chittagong. They are coming all the way from Italy. We have some projects with them. I'm talking about Giorgio, if you remember.
Yes.
Giorgio has been in touch with me recently. So he wanted to come next month. I told him you make it in November. So Denili, they have a very good way of marketing. They say that we are using solar energy. That there is a joke. One of my friends in my prime metal, he was saying, "Oh yes, you can have, if you have a 10 kilometer by 10 kilometer, 100 square kilometers of solar panels, you can run a steel plant on that." So that is a joke. But anyway, they have a good sense of humor as well, I would say. So thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, for this excellent opportunity. Sorry, I don't have much of a presentation to show you. But then again, our ambassador in Kolkata will be Sanjoy. He will tell you more about BSRM anytime you want. Of course.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Sanjay. I would like to hear you, but my time is over. But I will wait to hear you out over here. Okay, thank you,
sir. It was an excellent deliberation. Always, as always.
Thank you, Mr. Firoz. As you can see, even Mr. Binal Mukherjee from Daleli, Myanmar, was appreciating your entire speech and the presentation that you gave, appreciating your partnership with Daleli. We don't call them suppliers anymore. We call them your partners. They are your partners.
That concept is outdated. Now we have applied this same thing to our customers. Our customers are our partners. Like our vendors, Denili, they are our partners. Our customers have become our partners now.
Exactly. That is what we believe, because the entire ecosystem works only when you work hand in hand with all of them.
Yes, of course.
So with that, I'll move on to my younger brother, Sanjoy, whom I always want to invite for all my webinars. Somehow, some topics do not match. Even then, I find a way so that, I could bring him together.
All my pleasure.
Not just because I want the name.
Yeah. Nirmala, I have one question to Mr. Firoz. So, Mr. Firoz, you told that 5 million ton, whatever it is getting produced, you consume locally. What about pricing? Is there any government safeguard measure or whatever? How you are so competitive that you are using full capacity for production of this long product?
So our production capacity is about 1.7 million tons. So
the total Bangladesh, you mentioned that 5 million tons
is about 5 million tons. But to 5 million tons was the actual demand or the consumption of steel rebars last year. So the actual capacity, production capacity would be much higher. It would be at around 8 to 9 million tons. But most of the smaller mills, they don't operate at a full capacity. They work at 40 to 60% capacity. But few of the larger mills like BSRM, it manages to operate about 90 to 95% capacity because of better customer management, better supply chain management. But the smaller mills, they have a hard time keeping up all the year. So for most of the smaller mills, I would say it is a sort of a seasonal business, that when the construction tempo goes up, they start producing, and then maybe in the monsoon months, their production tends to they tend to cut down on their production capacity, and then actual production, the capacity remains the same. So the overall capacity utilization in the steel industry in Bangladesh, if you take the big picture, it's very poor. it would be about 60-70%. Only 2 or 3 plants, including BSRM, they would be running at near full capacity because of better supply chain management, because of better overall customer handling, about better market management. That's the reason it's able to buffer its supply and demand in a better way. So that was the thing.
And how is tube market? Tube market is all still you are getting from outside, imported?
Yes, yes.
Naturally.
Tubes is one place, I think, which somebody should be investing immediately in it, because tube is very difficult and costly to transport. And naturally, yes, most of the tubes that is coming into the market, it is for the oil and gas industry. It is of a very high quality tube, basically ERW tube. Is larger capacity. For the smaller tubes, for water or for supplying natural gases, there are local industries. There are local tube making industries of a small scale, maybe up to 1 inch bore, up to 1.5 inch bore. It is made locally. But for the larger sizes, for the gas transmission lines, of the oil transmission lines, or for some industrial purpose, it is all imported. For the smaller sections, yes, there are about 2 or 3 plants who are making up to maybe 1 inch bore. It's made locally. It's made locally.
So how you are making, you are profit making company continuously, or you are also in tight situation?
Yes.
This BSRM is a profit making company continuously, or you are also hard pressed?
No, I wouldn't. There are market challenges. There are challenges everywhere in business, in all businesses. We have our challenges, but it is not insurmountable, or it is not something which is not achievable. We have been able to overcome most of our challenges. We have a solid growth pattern. We have been growing fairly well. We have been able to keep our commitments to our creditors and everything. One of our largest overseas creditor has been Exim Bank of India. We have never failed in their payments and everything. Exim Bank of India has been a very gracious supporter of BSRM in terms of, because some of our major supplies, technology supplies and capital equipment supplies, it came from India. So they are very happy with us, and they have committed that whenever you want to have another project, we are there to support you. So we have gained the confidence of our creditors as well. So we are in a very fairly, I would say, comfortable position. So we want to keep it like that. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Firoz. The only thing I wanted to ask you is Abul Khair comparable size compared to BSRM, or because they're also about 2 million tons, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Abul Khair would be the next one. Abul Khair would have a capacity, actual production. Let me not talk about capacity. Let me talk about their actual output. It is about 1.2 million tons. Abul Khair has one single melt shop and one single rolling mill. Sanjay will bear me out. We have 2 large rolling mills. Incidentally, Abul Khair supplies are also from Sanjay. Sanjay has been able to sell to our competitors as well. So you see that this is a sort of a Delhi thing over there. They say that the Italians are mafia, so they have a mafia in now in Bangladesh as well. This is the Delhi mafia over here. Nobody is allowed to get in.
As you can see behind me, the logo is that of Danelli. So I wish they get more and more orders in this region. So I have more and more.
Yes.
I have a bigger Danelli logo in the next event.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Sanjay, it's your turn to take the floor, and I'm always interested to see your.
Thank you. Very nicely put by Mr. Firoz. He is very much respected, and he's a guide always. Very nicely put. I cannot help laughing. Okay, so I'll start with a short presentation which I made Just a minute.
Please do, please do. I'm waiting for that.
Yeah. Is my screen visible now?
Yes, Sanjay, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So
Yes,
first of all,
yeah, very much.
thank you. So first of all, thank you for this wonderful opportunity to be a panelist here with such a distinguished panel. We have heard about Thailand. We have heard about Myanmar. Myanmar I know very well because I have been visiting almost every year. Courtesy Mr. Mukherjee, Mr. Mr. Mukherjee. We have also heard about Nepal for the first time. It was really enlightening. But barring that, in any case, this part of the world, that means this BIMSTEC, this BIMSTEC collective, this part of the world is in focus as an emerging steel market. And I would say a big contributor to that are these two countries, India and Bangladesh, where the dynamics is too much in terms of steel, So in this short presentation, I will just put in my understanding of the steel industry dynamics in these countries, and the presence of Danieli in India, which is planned in such a way that we can serve all these countries. Also, certain products which are quite innovative, in our portfolio, which is very appropriate and apt to all these markets. So let me start with India. With India, I mean, we all know, but still I would emphasize that India is the second largest producer of the crude steel, has abundant iron ore reserve, fourth largest, fifth largest coal reserve, although it's not coking coal. It aims to produce 3 times what it produces now in the next 10 years. So it's one of the most dynamic market. India is witnessing consolidation after acquisitions. We had very, very big acquisitions some time back. There are several expansion plans announced, and the government has an initiative of scrap recycle policy to reduce imports. Just a minute. Then there are duty on ores. And there is a boost of infrastructure. So all this put together, there is a good amount of capacity addition which has been planned. We have these Indian steel makers who have announced expansion plans in the coming years. So this provides a good market for innovative and sustainable technology, and that's why we are in the market. Now, coming to Bangladesh, of course, I would start with a disclaimer that there are certain contradictions in the data which I am presenting here with what Mr. Firoz says. The disclaimer is that Mr. Firoz's data supersedes my data because he is more correct. Mine are collected from internet and all. Mr. Firoz has a more appropriate data. So nevertheless, we consider his data over this data. This is one of the fastest growing economy in the Asia Pacific region. It is growing to the tune of 7-8%. Steel demand is driven by innumerable government infrastructure projects, urbanization, growth of shipbuilding. The industry is witnessing very fast growth with new entrants investing, scrap-based steelmaking, as Mr. Firoz said. High demand of long, but there is an increasing trend of flat demand, which Mr. Firoz emphasized, which is a point we are all watching. Government initiative is there. Anti-dumping duties are in force. I think Mr. Chaudhary's question was this. Incentives are there for the economic zones. There are incentives in local funding initiatives also. All put together, the present production, which is 8 or 9 million, I'm not sure about my data, would be something around 12 million in 2023 and would double up, expected to be doubled in 2030. These are all predictions. These are all predictions by various journals, etc. Now, majority is longs, but as Mr. Firoz says that it may not be 8, it may be smaller. I go by his data. There are some cold rolling facilities, some color coating facilities. But we see a huge, there's a good amount of import of HR coils. So there is a possible expansion of that area of flat rolling, and we are looking forward to that. I'm sure with the dynamics of Bangladesh, we will soon have a unit making HR coils, and we are looking forward to that. And then we also have Sri Lanka, where the domestic demand is 1.25 million ton, and the domestic production is around a little more than 1 million ton. The country has low per capita consumption and is still importing finished steel. So there are good chances and there are good scope of growth in this country. Government, in terms of government initiative, government is making industry clusters near the port to facilitate raw material and finished goods movement. So there is not much raw material which is available in that country. So the industry clusters are more towards the ports. Stringent pollution norms, because it's a country which stresses on tourism. So since there's a good amount of import, per capita is low, we apprehend that there would be an opportunity for us, for we technology suppliers. There is an opportunity for the steel industry to grow in this country as well. Now, so taking into consideration this buoyant market and this growing market, it demands innovative technologies in steel making. And keeping that in mind, Danili made very big investment in India, A very big manufacturing facility has been put into operation 5 years back in a place called Sri City, which is in the border of Indian state of Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. And the video of Danili was showing that only, was showing the activity in that factory. So pursuant to Indian government move of Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India, this factory is very much apt. It's made on 70-acre land with a huge fabrication facility, 8,700 square meter fabrication facility, matching machining facility, 9,000 square meter, assembly, 17,000 square meter, warehousing, shipment, quality, 5,300 square meters. So it's a very, very big facility, not as big as our Danili factory in Italy or in Thailand, but I would say it is the third largest. I would say it's the third largest facility. And we are doing all sorts of job over there. These are some water-cooled parts which are being made in the factory. Furnaces. We are serving American market, we are serving Middle East market, and as and when it comes, because now there is a little bit of slump, we are also serving Indian market and Bangladesh, also these BIMSTEC countries. This is the ladle turret of NMDC, the hot leveler, which is being made in the factory. We are making the mold and oscillators in the factory, the slab caster segments we are making in the factory, extrusion presses. So a lot of things, a lot of activities are done, and the factory is now loaded with jobs from USA and Middle East. As far as other infrastructure in India, we have automation office and factory in Kolkata, a very big facility, a panel making facility. We have the engineering house of level 1 and level 2 engineering also in Kolkata. Then we have our corporate and main engineering office in Chennai, which is where our managing director also operates from. And we have Danili Central Combustion Office in Pune, who are making these reheating furnaces. And we have Danili Chorus Office for dealing with blast furnaces and basic oxygen furnaces. They're in Delhi. So this is the infrastructure. We are equipped and located in such a way that we can serve all these countries in terms of technology, in terms of spares, in terms of high quality production. This factory is completely managed in terms of quality control, etc., by our head office. So get the world class quality in this factory. So coming from there, in terms of Danili product portfolio, we have almost all this in our product portfolio. It's right from the iron making to the steel, to the hot rolling, to the cold processing, everything is in our product portfolio. But I would emphasize on certain innovative technologies. And let me. I would emphasize on certain innovative technologies which are introduced to have advantage, to pass on the advantage of low OPEX, low CAPEX, high quality, and fast payback to the customers. So to start with, from the electric arc furnace steel making, this is one of the technologies which we call as endless scrap charging technology, wherein, in an arc furnace, 25 to 30% of the heat is lost to the atmosphere, is lost to the fumes. This technology utilizes this heat to preheat the scrap, which is fed into the furnace. And the result is that we save energy to the tune of 50 kilowatt hour per ton. We increase the productivity by 15%. We reduce the size of the fume plant. We reduce the disturbances caused by the electric arc furnace, like the flicker. And we reduce the size of the heat, size of the batch. So it's a plus process, and we have got wonderful results, wonderful operating results in many plants wherein this has been established. Some 14 plants are running with this technology. So from the endless scrap charging technology, I go to another EAF technology, which is very apt, not only for the Indian market, also for the Bangladesh market, and possibly also Sri Lankan market. Danili has come up with the concept of electric arc furnace process regulator. It's something called EAF melt model. It's a model which is dynamically changing the melting characteristics with the aim to get the best cost strategy in terms of raw material, to get consistently the same working points, that means consistently the same operating indices, and to have an improvement of learning with every passing heat. It is just like that the electric arc furnace has an off-gas analyzer placed in the fume elbow, and the off-gas analyzer is analyzing the gas in terms of CO, CO2, oxygen, water, and it is giving its feedback to the dynamic melt model. Also, there is an electrode regulation system, or electrode regulation back to the dynamic regulations. Dynamic regulation system is constantly changing the set points based on the feedbacks. For example, if the off-gas analyzer says that your CO2 is high, your CO is high, then the dynamic regulator will automatically increase the oxygen blowing, automatically increase the oxygen blowing to increase the post combustion. Again, in an EAF melting, it's very important to have the right temperature, right carbon, right oxygen ppm when you tap. And this melt model gives the exact soft landing to the furnace operator. So you don't need to spend extra energy, extra kilowatt hour, extra oxygen to reach the soft landing. The melt model will guide you to the soft landing. So this is another innovative technology which reduces OPEX significantly. We have had many installations, almost 14 to 15 installations throughout the world. And the payback period has been very, very fast, something around 6 months. Then coming to the innovations in the long product casting, Danily has a technology called fast cast, Danily fast cast. This technology is aimed to increase the casting speed, increase the strand productivity, and as a consequence, reduce the number of strands. And when you reduce the number of strands, you reduce the CapEx, you reduce the OPEX. And this is all possible because of the innovation done in the technology of mold. Mold is called power mold, and the special cooling features enables the skin formation very fast so that you can have a very fast, very high speed casting. And the below video shows about the innovation in the oscillating system. The oscillating system is called fast cast tube. A very stable oscillation system. You can see they have put a euro coin on the top of the oscillator, and it's intact. It's so stable. So with the help of these two technologies, we are able to bring in the following innovations. For example, when it is a 900,000 ton productivity for a conventional caster, which requires 5 stands, with this fast cast, we require only 3 stands. 1.2 million conventional 6 strands, we require only 4 strands. So in a way, we save CapEx as well as OPEX with this technology. And there are certain products. The subcontinent of India has a huge market of long rolling. Keeping that market in mind, we have brought in certain very compact rolling mills, starting from 150,000 to 300,000 tons per year, with a shorter cooling bed and products from 8 millimeter to 36 millimeter. So this is also an interesting product which we are looking forward for the secondary segment, of. And of course, our strength in the SBQ rolling has been there. So this has always been our focus. Danily has been a leader in this SBQ rolling. So our keen focus is there for all this. Now coming to another innovative product, which is called MIDA, Danily Micromill. In this slide, it shows a conventional mini mill, which starts from the melting unit to the refining, to the casting, then the reheating furnace, then the long rolling mill. So Danily has focused in this region and had brought in an innovation wherein the casting and the rolling can be combined in one unit. With the help of the innovation in the caster, with high-speed casting, we have been able to develop a continuous, endless casting and rolling process. That means the casting does not require billets to be cut. The high-speed casting and the high-speed billet without cutting is directly led to the first strand of the rolling mill by an induction heater. So in this way, there are significant advantages, usually in a conventional mini mill, where the cumulative yield from rolled to liquid steel is something around 94, 95. With this process, we reach 98% yield. So it's a big boost in yield. It's a big saving. It's a big saving indeed. And not only that, there are a lot more things which comes with that. For example, it makes the thing extremely compact, so footprint becomes less. So money shelled out is lesser building, lesser civil works. Endless casting and rolling has its own advantage in terms of OpEx, manpower, longer sequence, lesser misrolls, high guide life, roll life. And of course, energy saving in terms of no reheating, environmental friendly when you have electric arc furnace with its with our ECS system, with less noise, less pollution, less carbon footprint, and bundle quality is very high in this process. USA plants they command some premium for the bundle quality, which. So in a way, this MEDA gives several advantages. First of all, no reheating, no natural gas consumption. So the energy consumption is reduced from 330 kilowatt hour per ton, which is conventional, to 28 kilowatt hour per ton. It's a huge saving. Then the space, land, building, civil is saved. So capital cost comes down. High-speed caster is only with one strand, so the operating cost comes down. So there's no billet cooling bed, billet storage bay, no reheating furnace, large auxiliary equipment is taken out. And in terms of the output, there's no burning loss, no crop loss, no short bars. So minimal chance of misroll due to only one front-end entry, lower consumption of rolls, guides. So there's numerous advantages which comes along with this meetup. Now coming to another focus area, which is the flat rolling, and nowadays we are always comparing a conventional hot strip mill with this new thin slab casting and rolling. This new thin slab casting and rolling technology, we have been able to produce 4 million ton and even more. We are currently capable of producing approximately 4.5 million ton with thin slab casting and rolling. With the production flexibility, that means we can do coil to coil, we can do endless as well, and we can cover the entire product mix, the entire range of grades, starting from silicon steel to HSLA to AHSs, everything. So all the value-added grades are possible to be produced with this new innovation. Thin gauge HSLA, ultra thin gauge low carbon grades. And of course, with the thin slab casting and rolling, we have an optimized OpEx and energy saving. So when it comes to deciding on whether conventional hot strip mill or this thin slab casting and rolling, there are significant advantages, like the yield is definitely better. Then the manpower requirement is definitely less. Geometrical tolerance is good, and on the top of it, the capex is low. So this is a product which has a significant market in India, and we also do not rule out Bangladesh as our potential market for this product. The two main processes for hot strip mills are coil-to-coil production. Now, with coil-to-coil production, we have no limitation in terms of grade. We can roll API grades, silicon steel, HSLA, AHSs. We have limitations in terms of thickness of the product to be rolled, and we cannot go below 1.2. Whereas when it comes for endless production, we can bridge that gap, and we can have that band from 0.8 millimeter to 1.2 millimeter as a product. So these two processes have their own limitations and advantages. Now, Danelli has come up with a product called QSP Duo, which takes the benefit of both these processes. That means 100% coil-to-coil production plus 100% endless production. it gets the advantages of both. That means with QSP Duo, you can do coil to coil to endless production. And as a result, you are not limited in terms of grades. You are not limited in terms of thickness. So to improve the existing process and technology to overcome their limitations, to unify a single production line with all winning features is what we call it as QSP Duo. And the results are quite obvious. You know, say from 2000, before 2007, the market was dominated by one of our competitors, SMS, with CSP. Then post 2007, from 2007 to 14, we had seen a dominance of prime metal with endless coming into picture. But from 2014 to 2020, Danelli has got an upper hand in the market. Danelli had five sale of thin slab casting and rolling as compared to one each by the other two main competitors. It's all because of the cumulative advantage of what I spoke earlier. This is the list of what all thin slab casting and rolling which has been sold worldwide. So this continues to be one of our key stress areas, and we look forward have a proper placement of this product in this market. Then coming to the galvanizing line. Sorry. Now coming to the galvanizing line, we have another very innovative product, which is yarn knife, polar yarn knife, and the advantages are manifold. This is an operating result from one of the very recent installation, wherein the average speed growth is 10%. The coating reduction is almost 15% less, and the production cost reduction is 1.5%. So it's a big advantage of putting. It's one of our very premium and very good product, which we would say as an innovation. These are all our highlights, our innovative products, which we think that would be very, very handy for these growing markets, for the countries who are really dynamic, who are growing. Probably with this innovative product, we can be of a good help to them. Thank you. If you have any questions, I can.
Sanjay, if you see in the Q&A box, there are a couple of questions. First of all, thank you once again for a wonderful presentation. As you must have noticed, I always keep requesting you to come again and again, only because every time I go through your presentation, I get mesmerized.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So that is one. So a few of the questions are. One is from Mr. Patra. It says, for Mr. Sanjay, endless scrap charging, please elaborate on the impact on overall maintenance and tap-to-tap time.
See, usually in an arc furnace, when it is bucket charged, we have seen no matter how good is the process, how fast is the process, 45 to 50 minutes is the minimum we have reached. But with this endless charging, in our Guihang plant, we are reaching consistently 35 minutes. So it's as fast as a BOF, I would say. It's as fast as a BOF. So tap-to-tap time, there's a huge boost. It's very fast. And because of lower tap-to-tap time, we have higher productivity here. And lower tap-to-tap time is because of the very simple reason that the scrap which is entering into the furnace is preheated to the tune of between 300 to 400 degrees. And when you have the preheated scrap entering, you already have your job half done. So you require less energy, you require less time. So that's the advantage. That's the advantage. And maintenance, in terms of maintenance, yes, of course, we have a conveyor which is going into the sidewall of the furnace. So it has to be maintained. It has to be maintained. But considering that you have much less scrap handling here, because the magnets are picking up scrap and putting it into the conveyor, and the conveyor is directly feeding. So it's much more less hassle. It's much lesser number of handling of scrap. So in terms of operation, it's much more easier. I would say it's much more easier rather than scrap buckets being filled up, put into the car comes in, buckets picked up, as compared to that.
Yeah, he has two more questions.
Yeah.
To elaborate how casting speed of loom caster has been increased to reduce number of strands. And the next one is MIDA for rebar only, or for any limitation on size, grade, and quality?
Yeah, the casting speed, I would tell you, we first tried with a small section, this 130 square section, in our first MIDA plant in CMC, Arizona. And there we reached, with 130 section, we reached a casting speed first 6.8 meters per minute. Then the casting speed was subsequently increased to 7.2 meters per minute. And then we slightly did some tweaking on the shape of the section. We changed 130 square to an octagonal shape, and we could reach 8 meter per minute plus in CMC Arizona. So and the whole technology behind this high-speed casting lies in the design of the mold and the design of the oscillation, and the design of the mold which was done by Danelli is really innovative. The earlier mold, which was copper sheet, then aluminum sheet, and then a water jacket, is replaced by copper wall with circular holes drilled, and then thereafter they change the geometry of the holes. So as a result, you find a very fast what is it called, screen formation. This corner crack generation reduced significantly. So this is really an innovation. This is a technology which we are promoting to a large extent. And the last question is MIDA is for rebar only? MIDA is designed for rebar. MIDA initially when MIDA was first introduced, it was designed for rebar. It is still designed for rebar, but our research and development is striving hard to make it more and more acceptable to the broader segment of the market. So we have given MIDA with wire rods also, with wire rods. There is a present MIDA which is now being ordered by Nucor, which is for sections only also. So therefore, MIDA is traditionally for rebar, but with technological innovations, with design changes, etc., we have also been able to make wire rod very successfully, and now we will very soon make section. Only this last month, Nucor has ordered a hybrid MIDA, what we call it, which can make rebar and which can also make sections. I do not have much idea about what all sections. That detail I am not having with me right now, but it is capable of making sections. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you, Sanjay. Ankit, are you there? Ankit, are you there? Okay, I think Ankit is not there right now. Okay, as far as I can see, the next two speakers have dropped out. Mr. Nishant from Sri Lanka GTP Steel, and Mr. Saurav Sharda, Director of Sharda Group, Nepal. So both of them I can see have dropped out. So obviously this was Sanjay summing up the entire day's webinar's content. So with that, we'll move on to the last part, which is summing up by Mr. Subrata Mitra. Subrata, the floor is yours to sum up for the day, and then we propose a vote of thanks. Sanjay, please stay with us for 5 to 10 minutes more for the sum up.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you, Nirmala. It was a good, very good technological and policy-wise BIMSTEC meet. Let me straight away go into this. After the introduction by Ankit, I gave a keynote address in brief. Then Subrata Mitra gave a talk on Big River Steel initiatives, where different initiatives are being taken up to create customer-specific EF charging blend and CO2 neutral steel initiative, spoke on closed loop and various other efforts that is being carried on at Big River Steel, Arkansas. So that was a good input by Subrata Mitra. Then the first speaker, panel speaker, was from Thailand, Mr. Wirote, who presented the steel consumption in Thailand. He is from the Iron and Steel Institute of Thailand. Thailand imports huge amount of steel because that's a business policy. The internal production capability is around 7 to 8 million ton, whereas the import is more than double. So utilization of steel is there in Thailand in white goods sector. Thailand has got a very growth-oriented white goods sector also. So there is a huge amount of steel usage there. Then Mr. A.P. Chaudhary, ex-CMD of RINL, and he spent a lot of time in Thai industry. He spoke about the Thailand steel industry. What he highlighted was Thai steel industry highly sensitive due to seaborne logistics and high power, extremely high power cost. Blast furnace is not allowed because of the pollution. Thai government has insisted that the focus will be on tourism. So the environment has to be protected to welcome tourists. Government has recently removed the safeguard practice for pricing of the imported goods. So the import is growing very much. So in the internal production is not growing because of certain reasons, because it is no longer competitive that way. It's basically government compulsion on import. If the conversion cost is, give a typical figure of $150, about $60 only goes to the power cost. And because of the sea bound logistics, and without no raw material source in Thailand, huge amount of inventory has to be maintained. The third speaker was Mr. Anand Nepal from Nepal Steel Industry. He is the CEO of Jagdamba Steel. He spoke about whatever little steel re-rolling industry they have, rebars. There are some induction furnace based plants, mostly imported semis from India and other countries. 28 plants are there in Nepal producing rebars, who has a capability of producing rebars of 4 million ton, but because of COVID, it is producing much less, 1.5 to 2 million ton. Some iron ore has been found because of the landlocked country. A lot of inventory has to be maintained. Ferroalloy, we talked about ferroalloy industry where there is a potential, a huge hydroelectric power plant is coming up. So the power cost will come down. Mr. Ayatya from Myanmar spoke about the Myanmar steel industry, which is at a very low capacity now, to about 2 million ton. Myanmar has no standards. They're facing difficulty in finalizing the standards of the industrial standards, steel and other machineries. Separate standards for separate, each steel materials are there. So rebar they follow certain AIS standard, some Japanese GIS standard like this. The government is taking initiative in combining and consolidating standard into one. So the Danieli has contributed a lot over the years in Myanmar steel industry, and new mill which is coming up is scheduled to be commissioned in 2021. The natural gas, there's quite an amount of natural gas which can be used for making DRI. Right now, the natural gas is sold to China and other countries because the domestic pricing of natural gas is at par with exports. So there is no subsidy for domestic use of natural gas, since the natural gas is not used in domestic industry. Then Mr. Mrinal Mukherjee of Danieli Myanmar, CEO and MD, spoke about the steel industry. He also spoke the same thing. It's not prioritized. Focus is mainly on oil and gas in Myanmar and infrastructure development, which is coming up in a big way. Government policies determines the project implementation. Demand is not, at present, the demand is governed by rebars. Then Mr. Sebastian Lagendorf of GFE Meranti spoke and gave a presentation on latest steel market snapshot and looking ahead situation. So the China he talked about the China super cycle of steel business from 2004 to 2013. His prediction for world steel production, overall production by 2020 this year is 1.9 billion tons. JFE and Meranti have a JV, which also supplies quality steel, color-coated lines they have, which and quite a few of steel, color-coated steel uses buildings were shown that's quite good single-story buildings, which can be used for rural and other areas housing construction. Mr. Firoz from BSRM spoke about the Bangladesh market. Bangladesh has got 8 million MTPA capacity, 5 million ton goes into rebar making, 2 million ton flats, and some small sections are also produced. Flat products are expected to rise as the GDP goes and the white goods sector goes, because Bangladesh is rising. There's a huge investment is forecast. So flat products are expected to grow with the growth in white goods sector. Bangladesh has no gas, but as we know, they had some natural gas, but at present it may not be used for industrial purpose. So it's not available for DR production. He spoke about BSRM, the plant that was commissioned, started up in Dedan, East Pakistan in 1952. And the capacity at present being 8 to 9 million ton produces only 5 million ton per annum because of low utilization factor. BSRM capacity is 1.7 MTPA. Then last speaker, our Sanjay Dasgupta from Danieli, gave a very good presentation on the brief analysis of the steel industry in BIMSTEC countries. Bangladesh growth based on infrastructure, as we discussed earlier also. Government initiatives are there in Bangladesh, so expected to grow to quite a bit, to say around 18 million ton by 2030. Spoke about Danieli's workshop in southern India, in Tamil Nadu, Sri City. Spoke about continuous scrap charging in EAF with power saving of about 50 kilowatt hour per ton. Danieli has developed the EAF melt model with the Danieli innovation with a fast payback of 6 months. Fast cast has been developed for increasing casting speed, and spoke about the QSP, there's a thin slab casting. And all the speakers spoke, it was a very nice interaction, and a lot of new findings could be available, especially from Nepal, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. Now, I have got a question for Sanjay Dasgupta. I think in your presentation,
yes,
somewhere it is written 330 kilowatt hour per ton to 28 kilowatt hour per ton. It has come down. It is 28 or 280?
No, 28.
Just have a check.
No, it is 28 actually. Yeah, actually, when you bring out billet, you cool the billet, then you
this is the heat energy.
Yes.
Heat. I'm sorry, it's not
energy.
Electrical power.
No.
Anyway, that's good. It used to be called this continuous scrap charging used to be called Consteel process.
Yes. Consteel is a technology by Tenova, and
yes.
this is, but both the processes are quite similar.
Anyway, this is an offline discussion. So Nirmalo, thank you. This is in short the summary of today's proceedings, BIMSTEC, and we expect to have some more in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So Subrata, just while you were summing up, I got a message from Sudipto Majumdar of SMS that Subrata sum up খুব ভালোই করেন. So very well said, I would say, because always you have summed it up quite well. And this is a message which I just received from Mr. Sudipto Majumdar of SMS,
Thank you. Welcome.
Who had also worked with you in Dastur. So all of your team who had worked, even Sanjay told me once that the day Subrata was not there, I felt the difference. This is what Sanjay, I can quote him.
No, all nice words. Nice to hear.
Because I had seen him working when I started my career with SMS, and he was there in Salem Steel Plant, and we were signing that slab caster over there. So I know him from that days.
Thank you.
So this is what the respect you get from the industry, and you realize that even more when you are not sitting on the chair, yet there is so much of respect all around you. So this is again my humble submission as my teacher, my guru on this special Teachers' Day on the 5th of September. This is a very emotional, I would say, tribute to someone from whom I'm learning every day. And let me share with you, Sanjay, at times at even 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning, either I call him or he calls me, just to talk about the industry in general. We talk about right from the morning, and whenever I need anything to ask, I give him a call. So this is again a tribute to someone who has done so much for me, and without having any interest. He has no interest in it whatsoever, except his passion and love for the industry, where he has served for so many years. So as I said, on this very special day, which is called the Teachers' Day, my tribute to you, Subrata. Yeah, Ankit, now it's your job to propose a vote of thanks. And let me tell you, Sanjay, I'll take your help. I will take, because we want a bigger platform now where we will bring BIMSTEC members as well as ASEAN countries together.
Okay.
I already know quite a few steelmakers in the ASEAN region. That would mean including companies like Nat Steel, in Singapore, companies in Malaysia, producers in Vietnam, which is a big market now. Vietnam.
Very big market.
Yeah. So yes. Vietnam is one.
We had
really
our QSP order from Vietnam, Hoa Phat, Vietnam.
Yeah. That was again quite an important order, because Vietnam for quite some time was giving orders to Danelli, and Danelli already has a presence in Vietnam. So these are the countries I would like to bring in, as well as less known countries like Philippines. We'll bring all of them together, and I will take a month's time. Let's say we do it in the month of October, where we have time to pull in people, because already I had quite a few dropouts today. Sri Lanka was a dropout, Bhutan was a dropout, Nepal, of course, we had one. The second one was a dropout. So these three countries I had dropouts. So let's hope these last minute dropouts do not happen when we have a more wider spectrum available. If possible, we may extend it to 2-day session. If one day we cannot do it, we will extend it to 2 days. So that's my plan and Subrata keeps guiding me whenever I share my thoughts with him. So as you know, whenever I need help, I'll give you a call also, Sanjay. So please be so kind to help me whenever
Absolutely. Always there for you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you so much. Ankit, now can you propose a vote of thanks?
Yes. So I would like to thank all the panelists for being here today to discuss the future of the BIMSTEC region. Of course, my heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors, Danelli, and our supporting organization, Bangladesh Steel Manufacturers Association, for their support, BSMA. Special thanks to everyone in the organizing committee led by Mr. Subrata Mitra and Mr. Shobhasachi Bandyopadhyay, whose continuous efforts helped to shape the structure of the event as we had today. And of course, Mr. Subrata Mitra for the wonderful sum up of today's event. Last but not the least, a big thanks to our technical partners, Amitech India, and everyone in the Steel and Metallurgy team for making this event possible. Thank you all very much for joining us today.
Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you, Subrata.
Thank you all.
Good evening.
Yeah. Minalda, any last comment you want to make? Minalda is still there. Yeah. Minalda, any last comment? Your last comment before you say good night.
No, I have no comments. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for giving us opportunity to speak in this kind of forum and sharing our wisdoms, especially from a person like Mr. Mitra or A.P. Chaudhary or all other people around. So it was a nice platform, and keep doing this, and we will always support.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee.
Thank you, Minalda.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all of your patience.
Thank you. Good night. Have a nice weekend.
Good night very much.
Good night.
Good night. Take care.
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.